We're still waiting.
Oh, I got it. We are live on YouTube.
All right, you may begin the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting for Monday, October 12th, 2020. I call the meeting to order. This is our point of our agenda for the Pledge of Allegiance. I will be leading the pledge tonight. Commissioners, if you wouldn't mind muting your microphones for the pledge. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Julie, will you please do the voice roll call?
Chair Jericho,
Here.
Vice Chair Harlan,
Here.
Commissioner Colbert,
Present.
Commissioner Perkins,
Here.
Commissioner Russell,
Here.
Commissioner Torje,
Here.
Commissioner Zick.
Here.
Thank you very much, Julie. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspend requirements of the Brown Act, which allows the Planning Commission members to attend Planning Commission meetings telephonically. Given the health risks associated with COVID-19, the City Council chambers will be closed to the public until further notice. If you would like to participate in this meeting, you can participate via the following options. You are strongly encouraged to observe the Planning Commission meetings live on Costa Mesa TV, Spectrum Channel 3, and AT&T Uverse Channel 99, and online at youtube.com/Costa Mesa TV. You can also participate via Zoom by following the instructions on tonight's agenda, which you can find online at the city's website. During the public comment portion of the meeting, if you are participating via Zoom webinar, use the raised hand function located in the participants window and wait for city staff to announce your name and unmute your line when it is your turn to speak. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise directed. You can also participate in tonight's meeting via telephone by dialing 1-669-900-6833. The webinar ID is 960-6037-9921, and the passcode is 595958. During the public comment period, if you are participating by telephone, press *9 to add yourself to the queue and wait for city staff to announce your name or phone number, and then press *6 to unmute your line when it is your turn to speak. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise directed. Okay, so that moves us to our public comments portion of our agenda. Public comments will be heard at this time on items that are not listed on the agenda tonight, but are within our jurisdiction. I will open public comment, and if you would like to speak, please use the raise hand option at the bottom of the screen. If you are joining the meeting on your phone, you would like to speak, please press *9. Ms. Green, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any hands raised. Oh, there we go. Oh, we do have one. Hold on. The person who signed it as Mark, I will allow you to speak. Mark, if you can unmute yourself so we can hear you, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Mark Collegian from Randy's Donuts, and I wanted to speak on item number 2 when it comes up on the agenda.
Okay, sir, we'll when we open public comment for that public hearing, be sure you click your raise hand button, and we will be happy to hear your comments. This part of the agenda is not where that happens, though. Okay. Okay, I will now close public comments. This brings us to Planning Commissioner comments and suggestions. This is the time for commissioners to provide comments. Please unmute your mic, commissioners, when I call your name, and we'll begin with Commissioner Colbert.
I have no comments tonight, just recognition that today is Indigenous Day. So just wanted to recognize that. Other than that, no comments.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Perkins.
Great, thank you very much. Good to be here with everyone. Just wanted to say there is an election coming up on November 3rd, so just encouraging everyone to vote in that, participate in our democracy. I also wanted to say that as many of you guys have been watching the news, COVID-19 is still with us. I know it's been a long haul here. It's been hard for so many of us, but we really do still need to remain vigilant on COVID-19. The running 7-day average of new cases here in Orange County reached a low of about 140 new cases a day. And that was about a month ago when it hit that low. So about 140 new cases about a month ago, which is still a lot of people getting infected. That has the potential to go up. And since then, it's actually been increasing. We were almost 50% higher than that. There was a day with more than 200 average at the end of September, especially with winter coming on, people starting to spend more time indoors, where the virus can spread much more easily and spread through airborne droplets that travel more than 6 feet. We as a society really need to be aware of everything we're doing, everyone in Costa Mesa. We need to come together and minimize our interactions with others outside of our family group to protect those in our community who are most vulnerable. Other countries have shown that solely through social distancing, contact tracing, and smart regulations and business limitations, COVID can be brought entirely under control, or so much so that you can almost return back to normal life. So let's see if we can do as much of that as we can, especially as we come into fall here and move into winter. Many countries in Europe are showing worrisome spikes in COVID infection rates. So let's stay together, stay vigilant, and we can beat this thing. That's all. Thank you so much and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Perkins. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any prepared remarks for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Torje.
My only comment tonight is, of course, everyone knows to get out and vote, and just encourage you to do so. I was able to drop off my ballot at Mesa Water District yesterday, and it was really kind of exciting to go and be a part of that process. And as Commissioner Colbert mentioned, it's Indigenous Peoples Day. We are living and governing on the Tongva Nation tribal lands, and so just it's really interesting and to know the history of the land that we live on and the people who've always lived here, and to be a part of that and to recognize where we are. So I'd encourage everyone to just take a look at our history. The Costa Mesa Historical Society has some great information, and so does the internet. So I would just welcome folks to look up and see whose land we live on.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Torje. Commissioner Russell.
Yes, just to follow up on Commissioner Colbert's and Commissioner Torje's comments. If you go to Fairview Park, there's a number of signs indicating that Indigenous peoples have been here for 5,000 years, long before the Europeans came, long before anyone else was here, they were here. So let's all just be, sensitive to that and take to heart some of their respect for the natural world. That's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Russell. Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express my thanks to everybody who was involved with the I Love Costa Mesa Day, not this past weekend, but the prior weekend. All of the sponsors and organizers, city staff, Trellis in particular. It was great to see so many people out and about in the community, doing great work together. And I think it was actually needed. People needed to really kind of come together in a safe and social environment to do this. So I just wanted to again express my thanks to everybody who participated, and hopefully we'll be doing more of that in the near future. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, very much. I just have a couple of things to say. I want to reiterate what Commissioner Perkins said about following the best we can the protocols for mitigating the spread of the COVID-19 virus. I would add, however, that it's very, very important for all Costa Mesans to patronize Costa Mesa businesses, get out to Costa Mesa restaurants, get to local merchants, following all the safety protocols, of course. But this pandemic continues to dramatically harm not only our city economy, but our regional economy, California economy, in fact, the federal government, the federal economy. So I would ask that we all do as Commissioner Perkins suggested. I think that's very important. But we need to get out as well and patronize our businesses and do it safely. I also just wanted to personally thank Commissioner Tourget for leading the last meeting on the 28th. As chair, you did a terrific job. I watched the tape. So thank you very much for your leadership on that day. And also thank you, commissioners, for a good job you did at that meeting. So that brings us to consent calendar. We have no consent calendar items tonight. And so we'll move to 3 public hearing items tonight. Julie, please read the title for public hearing item number 1.
Public hearing item number 1. Planning application 20-11 to allow the replacement of 1 gasoline dispenser with 2 hydrogen dispensers and related equipment, including a 40-foot tall vent stack at an existing gas station at 2995 Bristol Street. Please note that 2 public comments have been received on this item that are attachment 5 of the staff report. Sorry, this is a call to report any ex parte communications.
Commissioners, any communications to report? If so, please hit your raise hand button. Commissioner Tourget.
Yeah, I exchanged a few emails with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Perkins.
Same thing, had a couple of emails with the applicant.
Okay, and Commissioner Russell.
Yeah, I had a phone call with the applicant this morning.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So Ms. Halligan, the floor is yours for the staff presentation.
Great, thank you. Let's see here. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
There we go.
Okay, so good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Michelle Halligan, Planning Contractor. Tonight we are reviewing a proposal for First Element Fuels' second hydrogen station in Costa Mesa. The proposed project is located at an existing Chevron station. The project would replace 1 gasoline dispenser with 2 hydrogen dispensers. A conditional use permit is required for changes to the gas station, including the net increase of 1 dispenser, reconfiguring the parking, and adding an enclosed equipment area. A variance is required to accommodate a hydrogen vent stack that is 10 feet above the maximum 30-foot height for any structure in the C1 zone. The site was originally developed with a gas station prior to Costa Mesa's incorporation. A variance was approved in 1958 for the annexation of this parcel. And then in 1985, a conditional use permit allowed an existing building to be remodeled for a convenience store. In 1997, a variance allowed a 6,550 square foot canopy to encroach within part of the setback along Bristol. And this permit also included a condition of approval allowing the site to have 6 parking spaces for the retail use. Oh, pardon me. Okay, the property is located on the southwest corner of Bristol and Baker Streets between the 55 and 73 interchange. The property is zoned C1, local business district. It is surrounded by commercial zones and uses. There is a shopping center to the north, fast food to the east, and the Camp Retail Center to the south and west. The closest residentially zoned property is the South Coast Apartments, an R3 multiple family residential site 190 feet northwest across Baker. There is also an apartment community on a planned development residential property approximately 220 feet to the east across Bristol. Other uses in the area are general industrial. So a little context for this project. The California Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006 set a statewide goal to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. A key component of that implementation plan is to encourage and facilitate the use of zero emission vehicles, such as hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which emit steam. Over the years, the state continues to adopt more aggressive reduction targets. In 2015, the Costa Mesa Planning Commission unanimously approved its first hydrogen dispenser. The first element fuel dispenser is located at 2050 Harbor Boulevard. It's the same applicant before you tonight. The previously approved hydrogen dispenser was categorically exempt from CEQA. It was considered a minor change to an existing facility. The proposed project could not be exempted due to ongoing monitoring of an underground storage tank remediation, which is totally unrelated to this project. The County of Orange and their environmental engineering contractor expect the remediation case to be closed by the end of 2021. Both parties confirmed with planning staff and the applicant that the project would not conflict with their monitoring. The CEQA document was expected to be a negative declaration, but during Native American tribal consultation, a non-standard mitigation measure was specifically requested by the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Keys Nation. As described in the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, Exhibit C, a tribal monitor would be present during some excavation activities. So there is not an expectation of discovery, but due to recent discoveries in both Orange County and the Inland Empire, the tribe wishes to become more engaged in construction activities throughout these areas. During the CEQA public review period, one comment was received stating that the project was outside the ancestral area of the Rincon Band of Luiseno Indians. Soon after the review period closed, SoCalGas confirmed that the proposed project would not conflict with transmission lines. There is an errata mentioned in the staff report due to including an out-of-date condition of approval related to street trees that does not apply to this project. Okay, so now we're looking at some of the existing conditions on the site. This photo shows the western side of the gas station from Baker Street. The vent stack would be located by the palm trees. And then if you look far to your right, that is where the new hydrogen dispensers would replace that lone gas dispenser. And this photo shows the south side of the property. This is where some parking would be removed to accommodate the enclosed hydrogen equipment area. So some parking spaces would be relocated and 2 parking spaces total would be lost. So the proposed site plan would, 1, remove a gasoline dispenser and add 2 hydrogen dispensers for a net increase of 1 dispenser. 2, add a 40-foot tall, approximately 6-inch in diameter vent stack on the northwest corner of the store. 3, add an enclosed approximately 500 square foot equipment area towards the southwest corner of the property, and relocate 2 parking stalls to accommodate the hydrogen equipment. So there would still be 6 parking stalls for the retail use, which was required by a previous conditional use permit. But ultimately 2 parking stalls would be lost. Staff visited the location numerous times. This was first submitted in December of 2019. So we've had a lot of time to visit the site at different parts of the year, and we did not observe any parking problems. So the existing and proposed fuel delivery circulation would actually remain the same. Jennifer Rosales, Transportation Services Manager, reviewed and approved the conceptual site plan. As proposed and conditioned, adequate circulation and parking would remain on site. And just a note about trips. It's estimated that one gasoline dispenser with 2 vehicle positions generates approximately 400 daily trips. A hydrogen dispenser with 4 fueling positions is estimated to generate only about 330 daily trips. So there would actually be a reduction in trips to the site. A Costa Mesa Transportation Division memo is attached to the initial study and mitigated neg deck. So now we're looking at an elevation of the proposed equipment area. It's approximately 500 square feet. It will be between 10 and 13 feet tall. It depends on the screening. So all of the roof mounted equipment would be screened. And the area is designed and conditioned to blend in with an existing CMU block wall. So both that equipment area and the vent stack are designed to address worst case scenarios in a manner that meets or exceeds guidelines from the National Fire Protection Association. In the event of an emergency in which multiple protections would have to fail, the calculated safe distance of an ignited release from the vent stack to a person is 33 feet. So the applicant is assuming the height of a person to be no more than 7 feet, which results in a necessary vent stack height of 40 feet. The maximum allowable structure height in the C1 zone is 30 feet. So the proposed 10-foot height variance is necessary to provide alternative fuel in a safe manner. And the city's fire marshal met with the applicants and supports the project as proposed. In terms of aesthetics, a gas station has been here for over 60 years, and it is surrounded by urban development, including the large canopy, entrance monuments, utility poles, streetlights, pole signs, and other retail and industrial buildings. So the aesthetic impact was determined to be less than significant. So this is a visual simulation of the project from South Coast Apartments. And South Coast Apartments are the closest residential use to the site. The vent stack visually appears like a light pole or a flagpole. So this is a simulation of the view looking north from the Camp Retail Center. And again, the vent stack reads like a light pole or a flagpole would. The conditional use findings are that the proposed development or use is substantially compatible with developments in the same general area and would not be detrimental to other properties in the area. Granting the conditional use permit will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public or otherwise injurious to property or improvements within the immediate neighborhood. And granting the conditional use permit will not allow a use, density, or intensity which is not in accordance with the general plan designation and any specific plan. The variance findings are that there are special circumstances at the property to allow this use. So the strict application of development standards deprives the property of the privileges enjoyed by others. The deviation granted shall be subject to conditions and that will ensure it does not constitute a grant of special privileges. The granting of the deviation would not allow a use, density, or intensity that is not in accordance with the general plan. So in conclusion, the proposed hydrogen project is compatible with the existing gas station use and also with development in the general area. The project would allow an existing gas station to help address statewide environmental goals and changing market trends without expanding the canopy or the convenience store. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to adopt the initial study, mitigated neg deck, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve planning application 20-11, subject to conditions of approval and 1 mitigation measure. So this concludes staff's presentation. In addition to myself, we have the applicants, Jackie, Gassan, and Shane from First Element Fuel, as well as the city's CEQA consultant, Sue from First Carbon Solutions, available to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Halligan. Commissioners, if you have any questions of staff on the item, please use the raise your hand button and take yourself on mute, off mute when I call your name. And Commissioner Tourget, you were first, and then Vice Chair Harlan.
Sorry, my hand was raised from before. I'll put it down and raise it in a minute.
Oh, okay, very good. Vice Chair Harlan.
Gee, it's rare I get to start off with the questioning. I do have questions for staff. Ms. Halligan, nice to hear your voice. I wanted to know, because we are looking at granting a variance here, I want to know in the only other application that's been approved, the one on Harbor, whether or not that also required a variance.
So that project did require a variance. It was a different one. That was a very compact site. So they were only installing one dispenser with a much lower capacity. So the variance there was actually for parking. They had to change the site to all compact parking spaces. And in their case, the vent stack was able to be less than 30 feet high.
Okay. So the variance here is for the height of the stack, which is driven by the, I guess, the size of the unit here. The questions I really have relate to the special circumstances of the site, because it does have to be specific to the property. So can you give me a little more clarification of what staff's justification is for special circumstances?
Yes, so some of these questions, you may be able to get more detail from the applicant, but when we discussed this, they said, and we looked at the venting stack or the venting report, there's soil conditions, there's the size of the amount that needs to be stored, and so every site's going to be unique. And in this case, they had the opportunity to provide more services here on the site where there was room. But nowhere in the city would you be able to do a 40-foot tall vent stack without this variance.
Okay, well that's the question that I was really getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Zick.
Mr. Chairman, I have just one question for Ms. Halligan. I have several for the applicant. The question that I have was raised by a comment you made about the location further down Harbor, where you indicated that the height of the vent stack was only 30 feet. And the reason why I have a question about that is because in this staff report, it indicates that the 40-foot height of the vent stack is based on a safety requirement that necessitates it to be 33 feet above a person's height, which is estimated at 7 feet, hence 40 feet total. So why would there only be a 30-foot high vent stack at the other location?
So each project is custom designed, and we met with the applicants and we actually asked for them to redesign it so that the vent stack would be 30 feet or less. And they said at this location that was not possible and that each site is unique. So when you do ask questions of the applicant, you might want to bring that up again to learn more information about the technical side of things. And I believe a lot of that information will be in the venting report that's attached to the initial study mitigated neg deck.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, any other commissioners have questions? Okay, I have a few, but I'll save them for the applicant. I will open the public hearing and ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is present.
Yes, I'm not sure if folks can hear me, but this is Shane Stevens. I'm one of the
Yeah,
founders
so-
of First Element Fuel.
Yes, sir. So please state your name, and I first need to ask you if you have read the staff report and the conditions of approval, and do you agree with them?
Yes, sir. I have read it and I do agree with them. My name is Dr. Shane Stevens. I'm one of the founders of First Element Fuel, the applicant company. So first, let me thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the Planning Commission, and then also to thank staff. Michelle and your staff of the city have been fantastic to work with. I think as good or even better than when we worked with them last time, which was about 3 or 4 years ago. So pleasure to be back in the city of Costa Mesa. So our company is a mission-driven company. We want to accelerate the adoption of zero-emission fuel cell electric vehicles. And we do that by developing, owning, and operating hydrogen stations to safely and reliably provide hydrogen fuel. So the really nice thing here is that the fuel cell vehicle movement is growing. The first station that we built in Costa Mesa on Harbor has been a real success story. It's one of the most heavily used stations in the state right now. In fact, there's been a clamoring from automakers to build more hydrogen stations in Orange County, and in particular in Costa Mesa. They considered it an underserved area for their customers. So we're also excited to be partnering with the California Energy Commission and the California Air Resources Board on this project. As you know, California, which plays a big role in driving the direction of the automobile market, has for the last 40 years driven the direction of the automobile market towards cleaner, less polluting vehicles. The state of California just doubled down on that vision a few weeks ago with executive order that all new vehicle sales be zero emission by the year 2035. We're extremely excited about that. And then we're also more committed than ever to our mission statement, given the painful reminders that we're living through recently with all the wildfires in California, the painful reminders of how important our air quality is in the state, and the painful reminders of how rising global temperatures can negatively impact our state. So I think we just let me conclude my introduction by saying, our first station was a big success because of the great work we did with your city, but also because of the fantastic people that live in the city of Costa Mesa. The demographic is environmentally conscious, it's affluent, and it's forward thinking about their vehicle choices. We want to continue serving, the wonderful folks in your city who want to get behind the wheel of zero emission vehicle technology. And, we look forward to working with you guys to make this yet another successful hydrogen station project. So I'll just conclude there with that brief introduction and happy to answer any questions that you have for us. Let me mention that I have with me Ghassan Sleeman as well, who is our Chief Operating Officer, and will provide some of the technical expertise if called upon today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. Commissioners, if you have any questions of the applicant, please use the raise hand button and take yourself off mute when I call your name. And Commissioner Zick, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Let me start. If you heard my first question regarding the height of the vent stack further down at Harbor Boulevard, could you explain why that's only 30 feet and this one is 40?
Yeah, in general, I'll reiterate what Michelle mentioned, which is that, each site is unique, and we're also shifting our strategy and how we store the hydrogen on site, which has an impact in that. This is to support our next generation of hydrogen stations, which can support more vehicles, rather than just one fueling position at a time with lower capacity. It can support more vehicles. And then let me just turn it over to Ghassan, which can provide a little more technical information on that.
Yes, thank you, Shane. So you hit the nail on the head. It's related to us going with liquid hydrogen as opposed to gaseous hydrogen, which requires simply a taller vent stack. And the fact that we're having 4 fueling positions versus 1, the technology changes. And for this specific site, the vent stack needs to be 33 feet above, the tallest person that would walk underneath.
Okay, so the primary reason is because at this location, the application for tonight's location is dispensing liquid hydrogen, and further down you were simply dispensing gaseous hydrogen?
I would say that in both locations, we're dispensing gaseous hydrogen. We're just storing the hydrogen in liquid form at the new Costa Mesa site.
Got it. Okay, that answers that question. Thank you for that. My next question. So since you're not currently providing this service at that location, how is it that people that need this would know it's available at that location?
The both the dealership who sells the fuel cell card to folks and the state of California and we ourselves do a pretty proactive job of providing people with the location of these stations, mostly through information technologies. So we have a smartphone app where folks can find where our stations are located. The state of California has public websites. And then finally, to date, every fuel cell card that's been marketed in California actually has on the dashboard screen an app to find the location of fueling stations. We like that because it lets us off the hook of having to provide signage, which makes things like planning commission hearings go a little easier for us. So,
okay, no, that's a good answer, and I like the way that's being handled. In the staff report, it indicates that in order for the state to achieve its goal, that they have incentivized this program. Could you just briefly tell me what the incentives are that are available to you in terms of providing this service?
yes, sir. There are two major ones, and this is why I listed the two California agencies that we're partnering with. One is a capital grant through the California Energy Commission, which helps pay for a portion of the equipment that we're installing. And the second is a program offered through the California Air Resources Board called the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program, which incentivizes us to sell fuel with a low carbon footprint.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. And then my last two quick questions. So what is the color of this vent stack?
Gassan, is it stainless steel, the color at this location? Help me out with this.
Yeah, that's correct. It's stainless steel.
Okay, and then the second kind of related question, is it freestanding or do you have structural tie downs?
There are no structural tie downs. It's freestanding.
It's freestanding.
It's got a 2-foot base at the bottom that goes up about 2.5 feet, and that's it.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know who to direct this to, Dr. Stevens or Mr. Slayman, but either of you feel free to respond. It seems like because you're going to be using or storing liquid hydrogen, you indicated that the stack height was related to that. Is there something specific about the property's soils that requires you to do liquid hydrogen storage as opposed to gaseous?
For us, we're going in this direction for two reasons. One is scale, and the other one is cost. So by going to liquid hydrogen, we can actually serve more cars. And let me go into a little detail here. Currently, Toyota, Honda, and Hyundai are marketing fuel cell cars in California. And I'm going to pick on Toyota because they're kind of leading the pack. They are now transitioning from producing 3,000 cars per year annually, fuel cell cars, to 30,000 cars per year annually. So they're going to start that mass production, in the next calendar year, 2021. So with this movement growing and the enthusiasm that we're seeing from drivers, there's a need to scale. The other thing is that, we are finding ways to fit into gas stations and also to try to compete with the price of gasoline and diesel. And liquid hydrogen allows us to do those things, right? We can store more on a smaller footprint, so we can get into these, retail gas station locations and provide more fuel. And we can do that at a lower cost to the customer. Ultimately, the customer experience is about a lot of things, but one of them is about your wallet and how much the fuel costs. So we think there's a small group that are willing to pay more for hydrogen, but eventually we're going to have to compete with gasoline. So the movement to liquid addresses both of those things.
Okay, well, what I appreciate that answer. What I'm really trying to understand though is that in granting a variance, we need to have some findings that support that there's special circumstances here. I don't think it's insurmountable in this case. I'm just trying to get a better handle on what is really unique about the property that would require the variance for the height of the stack. I believe in the staff report, there was some mention about there's a canopy that dominates. So that might limit the places where a stack could be at a smaller scale. But it seems like you're suggesting that that the height is required because of what you're planning on storing on site.
Yeah, and I mean, so we are, the technology has evolved. So like the previous station that we've built in Costa Mesa, that doesn't exist anymore. We're not building that kind of station. Nobody is offering that kind of equipment for us to even buy if we wanted to today. The other thing is that we actually have to meet a certain volume requirement. Like our station has to be able to do a certain number of fills and actually push a certain amount of hydrogen into the cars as a requirement to the state for the incentives that we're receiving. So, you know, in order to meet our obligations to the state of California and just to be able to develop a hydrogen station at all these days, right? We basically have to use this equipment. There's no option of doing what we did in Harbor Boulevard 4 years ago.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, because the prior equipment's no longer available, at a minimum, anyone planning on doing a hydrogen fueling station would need to do a 40-foot stack based on a liquid hydrogen storage.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A really quick question. And kind of thinking about the responses that I just heard, a couple of words that stood out to me was scaling up, more service, market shift, and obligation to the state. And thinking about that language and in hearing the previous staff's, the staff report read about circulation and queuing in terms of the traffic impact. My question to the applicant is, for the other location, did you notice an increase in traffic specifically to that site? And if so, do you anticipate the same increase at this site in terms of traffic, given that you will be basically prompting drivers that have these vehicles that there's a new location to get hydrogen?
So I will say that it was a very different setup, the way we approached the Harbor Boulevard location compared to this one. In Harbor Boulevard, our hydrogen dispenser was additive, meaning we did not remove or replace any of the existing gasoline dispensers. So I would say, yes, we saw an increase in traffic. It was not huge. You know, I would say we probably see on a busy day an additional 40 cars per day enter that site. So, so not huge. This site is different because, as Michelle's report stated, we are removing a gasoline dispenser, which is capable of doing about 400 cars a day, and replacing that with 2 hydrogen dispensers, which are capable of doing, you know, about a little over 300 cars a day, right? So I hope to see the day soon where we can, you know, push as much hydrogen through our dispensers as gasoline does today, but we're not quite there yet. So I think even in a scenario of extremely full utilization for that day, we will not increase the traffic impact compared to what that gasoline dispenser is capable of.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Stevens, I'm sorry, I didn't want to overlook your academic credentials.
That's okay.
So first, I don't have many. The first question is, why this location for the vent stack, and what are the criteria that went into deciding it should go there, and were other locations on the property considered?
Yeah, let me, I'll turn this over to Ghassan, but let me just start by saying that, there's a few fire code elements that we try to go after, and that includes distance from property line. So I think we did work with staff to consider, multiple locations. And I think this was the, kind of the best one, perhaps the only one that was available to us. So Ghassan, why don't you take it from there and be a little more specific?
Yeah, so there's a setback from the property line that we have to maintain. And also would like to have it close to the canopy if possible, which helps with, any kind of heat radiation should an event happen, where it's shielding, the consumer or people walking by. But we felt that this location was the best for that property, given all the conditions.
And I think, Ghassan, part of the canopy consideration is also aesthetics, right? If you have a, vent stack that tall, just standing by itself somewhere, it's going to be more conspicuous. We think by, having it next to the canopy, it kind of helps minimize the aesthetic impact as well. So.
Absolutely. And we're looking also at circulation, making sure there's no impact on circulation. So next to the C-store minimizes the impact of circulation.
Okay. And all right, I understand that. I appreciate that information. So, in the event that there was an event where fuel needed to be vented, how would that manifest itself? What would I see if I saw this happening?
For about 1 or 2 minutes, you'll see a white cloud, and then it'll dissipate.
Okay, so there's no flame or anything. There's no combustion of.
Correct. We don't anticipate any flames to come out of that vent stack. The code itself lends the shape of the vent stack, the length and the width, and the diameter to prevent, flames coming out of that vent stack.
So when you say you don't anticipate, that tells me there's a possibility, although remote, that it could happen.
There is a
So, I mean, what would, again, I'm just trying to understand what that, if we don't anticipate it, but there's a slight chance. I mean, what happens if that gas ignites?
Ghassan, let me just take a more broad approach and then let you get into the details. So one of the nice things about hydrogen is that it is the lightest element on Earth. So if there's a leak, it travels upwards at 44 miles per hour. I might be slightly off on that, but it's in that ballpark. And so, if there is a release, it's going to travel upwards and dissipate very fast. And if it does catch fire, which again, we do everything we can to minimize that, but you never say never, right? It could happen. So you want to be prepared for that. If it does catch fire, it's going to be kind of like a flame that's, shooting upwards. It will be rather small. And then with hydrogen, the flame is, mostly colorless. I say mostly because hydrogen flame actually is colorless, but just because there's other stuff in the air, usually you'll see a little bit of color. And it's pretty minimal in its size as well. So, even in a flame event, we expect it to just, kind of be a torch kind of shooting upwards and then eventually go out. The other thing that I'll say is that, more of the nice properties of hydrogen is that in the case of a leak, it's non-toxic and it's non-reactive in the atmosphere, right? So it's not like methane, right? Or it's not like ozone or something that it gets into the atmosphere. It can be harmful. It reacts. It's actually a not pollutant, not toxic. So those are some of the friendlier, aspects of dealing with hydrogen and why the system is designed that way. So Ghassan, I mean, take it from there and, add to anything I said in terms of what if there is a flame.
Yeah. Well, I think I get it. I mean, absent an ignition source, static electricity or something else, we don't anticipate anything happening. And I'm comfortable with that. I just wanted to kind of have an understanding of how that would work. So how does the infrastructure underground work that connects the stack to, I'm guessing, the dispensers and then the hydrogen equipment
so
at the other end of the property?
So those are, we have 2 underground lines. One of them is a pressurized hydrogen line that runs underground. The other one is moving a cold fluid so that we can regulate the temperature of the hydrogen as it goes into the car. Ghassan, is there any more detail than that you want to provide?
All underground lines are seamless. There's no connections. So, that eliminates leaks underground. If there's any kind of leak, it'll be above ground where we have gas detection and so on to shut down the source of hydrogen.
And what is the material of the underground pipes?
316 stainless steel.
Okay, thank you. The equipment storage area, I'm assuming that's an above ground storage of the liquid hydrogen?
That's correct.
And what's the capacity?
It holds about 800 kilograms of hydrogen, which in terms of energy equivalency, is equal to about 800 gallons of gasoline. So, pretty small compared to the amount of energy and gasoline that's stored under the ground at that site.
Okay. How is that facility secured?
So there are steel doors that close and are locked. And those doors are for staff and maintenance folks that are employed by First Element to get in there and work. Otherwise, it's a sealed steel container. So there's no other inlets other than the doors that we can get into work.
Okay. Okay, that's it for my questions. Commissioners, any other? Oh, Commissioner Zick, you have another?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question was raised by your question, and it's a question I have for staff. And it was a question that began to rattle around in my head when I'm kind of visualizing this vent stack and flames shooting out of the top and all these potential worst case scenarios. So my question is this, because I'm assuming there's some regulatory agencies that dictate some of the engineering and some of the controls of the entire system. But my question is this: if somehow this had been designed such that the vent stack was only 30 feet tall, which would be within our code, would this application even come before Planning Commission, or would this be a by right project?
Thank you, Commissioner Zig. It would still go to Planning Commission because it would require a conditional use permit, but it would not require a variance.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, I will now open the public comment. If you'd like to speak to this item, please use the raise hand option on the screen. If you are joining the meeting on your phone and would like to speak, please press *9. Ms. Green, I'm going to let you handle the order of public comments if there are any.
Mr. Chairman, we have none.
Okay. So I will close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any further questions for the applicant? Again, please use your raise hand button. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Does the applicant have any further comments? Public hearing is actually still open, I'm sorry. Do you have any closing comments, Dr. Stevens?
No, thank you. Just we look forward to hopefully doing another project here with you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Commissioners, no other questions of staff? Commissioner or Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, for staff. So given what the applicant has told us about equipment that's available and how they plan on storing the liquid hydrogen, it seems like in commercial zones, we'd have to have a 40-foot stack, which is in excess of our zoning code. Does that sound correct? Are we always going to have a variance? I mean, I know it depends on the applicants and what they're proposing, but let's just take this as a standard example, since this applicant's the only one who's built a hydrogen station in the city so far. Are we always going to have variance requests?
The way technology is working today, to have this scale on a site like this, yes, you would need a variance. technology is changing. And so it's possible that in the future, maybe the near future, we wouldn't need one. But right now, they have recognized a need to have 33 feet of distance from a person. So that variance would be required anywhere in the community at this time.
And is there anything in our zoning code that allows for, you know, an administrative adjustment or some smaller deviation from the height? I mean, if it had been 36 feet, would it have been a different entitlement request?
We can do minor modifications for 20% above the maximum, but in this case, it exceeded that, and we went forward with the variance, which is the proper tool for this situation.
Right. I mean, I agree. It's the right tool. The question is whether or not we can actually make all of the findings here. So I don't know if I haven't decided, at least for myself, whether or not we can, but I just want to make sure we're covering everything here. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners or staff? Okay, I will close the public hearing and ask any of the commissioners if they have a motion. If you do, please raise your hand and unmute yourself when I call you. Not seeing any hands going up. Okay, so I'll move that we adopt the initial study mitigated negative declaration for the project, including the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve planning application 20-11 subject to conditions of approval and mitigation measures. Is there a second? Commissioner Torje? Are you seconding, Commissioner?
Yes, I second.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor and a second. Any comments on the motion? Raise your hand, commissioners, if you have any. Okay. Julie, the roll call vote, please.
Chair Jericho,
Aye.
Vice Chair Harlan,
Aye.
Commissioner Colbert,
Aye.
Commissioner Perkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Russell,
Aye.
Commissioner Torje,
Aye.
Commissioner Zick.
Aye.
That motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, commissioners, and that decision is final unless appealed to the city council within 7 days. Thank you very much. Okay, Julie, please read the title for public hearing item number 2.
Public hearing item number 2, zoning application 20-17 for a plan signing program for Randy's Donuts at 2930 Harbor Boulevard. Please note that no public comments have been received on this item. This is a call to report any ex parte communications.
Okay, before we do that, for ex parte, Commissioner Perkins, I think you have a recusal announcement.
Yes, I'll be recusing myself from this item because it is within 1,000 feet of my personal residence.
Okay. So Ms. Green, if we can take him offline, put him in the waiting room. And let me know if he's safely sequestered.
He is safely sequestered.
All right, very good. Commissioners, any ex parte communications to report? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Mr. Yeager, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Let me pull this up on my screen. All right, can everybody see the presentation?
I can,
Okay,
thank you.
Great. Well, good evening. My name is Chris Yeager. I'm an assistant planner here with the City of Costa Mesa. Tonight we have a plan signing program at 2930 Harbor Boulevard. The location, it's on the east side of Harbor Boulevard, located between Village Way and Dale Way, which is just south of Baker. And the site consists of one parcel, which is approximately 1/3 of an acre, with one existing building, which was formerly a drive-through Jack in the Box. The property is zoned C2, which is General Business District, and it has a land use designation of General Commercial. And the zoning district is intended to provide for those uses which offer a wide range of goods and services. The property is surrounded by C2 zone properties to the north and south, MG to the east, and C1 to the west across Harbor Boulevard. This is a photo of the existing site before construction started on the new Randy's Donuts. You can see the freestanding sign at the front of the building that will be removed with this application, and the wall sign would be replaced. So this plan signing program, it is for Randy's Donuts, and it includes a freestanding sign in the shape of a donut at the front of the property, a directional convenience sign within the front landscaping, and a wall-mounted Randy's Donuts logo sign above the entrance to the building. The code allows for discretionary review through a plan signing program for signage that does not meet all of the sign standards within the zoning code. In this case, the height of the donut sign, the freestanding sign area, and the total sign area standards are not met. Typically, these plan signing programs, they do go through the zoning administrator. However, due to the very unique nature of the proposed signage, the zoning administrator forwarded the application to the Planning Commission for their review. The proposed freestanding donut sign is located at the front of the property. It is 16 feet in diameter, and the sign is mounted on posts to provide a minimum of 7 feet of clearance to allow for adequate visibility exiting the drive-through, which was required by the Transportation Division. The total height of the sign is 23 feet, which is 1 foot less than the existing freestanding sign on the property, which is 24 feet. The sign is proposed to be illuminated via uplighting in the landscaping. The sign program here also includes the wall sign you see. This sign is located at the front entrance to the donut shop, and it is approximately 41 square feet in area. This sign would be internally illuminated, and it continues on the recurring donut theme. The last sign with the plan signing program is a directional convenience sign. This sign is located in the front landscaping, and the signage is 9 square feet. The municipal code indicates that convenience signs, including directional signs, are not counted towards the total sign area for the property. So Randy's Donuts, they are renowned for their large donut signs, and I have not had it myself, but supposedly excellent donuts. They've been featured in film and television and have been pop culture icons since its establishment over 60 years ago. They're most famous for their 32-foot diameter donut sign, which is located on the roof of their original location in Inglewood. They've also expanded to other locations around Southern California, and the subject site in front of you tonight would be Randy's Donuts' first location in Orange County. And they do currently have a building permit for tenant improvements and are under construction to get that site opened. As I mentioned briefly before, the municipal code does allow for signage to be authorized as part of a plan signing program if it doesn't conform to all of the specific sign regulations. And a plan signing program, it's intended to provide maximum incentive and latitude to encourage variety and good design. And it also allows for response to special circumstances. However, a plan signing program is not used to circumvent the objectives of the code. As proposed, the signage does not meet the maximum overall sign area, the freestanding sign maximum height, and the area permitted for freestanding signs, primarily due to the donut freestanding sign. The size of the donut sign, it would not be out of context for the area. The property directly to the north at 2950 Harbor has an existing Metro Car Wash sign, and that is approximately 35 feet in height and about 270 square feet in area. That being said, that business has since closed, and it is unclear if any future use will continue to use that sign or remove it. In addition, across Harbor Boulevard from the subject site, the Planning Commission approved a plan signing program which allows for a variety of signs ranging up to 45 feet in height, like the center image here. That sign is also 264 square feet in area. And just down the street, the Connell Chevrolet sign is 47 feet in height, and I believe it's a similar area to the previous one. And in addition to these three examples, if you just drive or walk around the immediate area, there's a variety of other large signs that are in the area. In 2011, the sign code, it was amended to restrict the height and size of signs. And the primary reason for this was to reduce the impact on residential properties and to reduce visual clutter. The subject sign, it's not visible from any residence, with the closest residence being approximately 500 feet from the proposed donut sign and 300 feet from the property itself. The required findings for the plan signing program have been provided in the staff report and the draft resolution. The signage, it complies with the general plan and is consistent with the intent of the sign regulations, and that the sign will not be out of character within the immediately surrounding area, and it will not affect any residential properties. The signage has a consistent design motif and is consistent with the iconic branding of Randy's Donuts. And in addition, there are many other larger signs in the area. In addition to standard conditions, staff is also recommending conditions to ensure that the uplighting for the donut sign does not impact any vehicles or traffic, and that the landscaping be upgraded in the front setback to soften the appearance of the freestanding signposts. With that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA section 15311 class 11, and to approve zoning application 20-17 subject to conditions. With that, I can answer any questions, and I believe that the applicant, Kevin McConnell, is available as well, and the owner of Randy's Donuts is available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yeager. Commissioners, if you have any questions of staff on the item, please use the raise hand button. Take yourself off mute when I call your name. We'll start with Commissioner Tourget.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Yeager. That was a great presentation and a comprehensive staff report. I do have a question about if we know, and maybe this is something that Ms. Lee can help with as well, how often the Planning Commission has allowed variances for signage in Costa Mesa in the past 2 years? I guess this.
So I will note, first of all, this is not a variance. The plan signing program is just a discretionary review for signage. Anything that meets the sign requirements in the code, it can be approved by staff. If it doesn't meet that, it just goes to a discretionary review to the zoning administrator, and in this case, they forwarded it to you. Perhaps Ms. Lee knows the number of signing programs that were forwarded on.
I don't have the total number that have been applied for in the past few years. I can try to pull that up while we're on this call. It is unique for the zoning administrator to forward a plan signing program to the Planning Commission. That's a right that we reserve to forward unique applications that are not standard signs. To have a plan signing program application at all, it means that there is some portion of the sign code that particular sign is not conforming to, but those decisions are typically made at the zoning administrator level. And in the last 2 years, I would say it's probably 2 or 3 tops that have been forwarded to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And are decisions made on this discretionary review, do they set a precedent for other signage programs in the city?
They do not set a precedent from a regulatory or legal perspective. Each individual application are reviewed based on their own merits and based on whether or not they conform with the findings of the plan signing program. Certainly the context of the area is taken into consideration when staff is making their recommendation.
Those signage programs that come to the Planning Commission for review are based specifically on the applicant and the context. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tourget. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's times like this that I really am sorry we're in the middle of a pandemic that prevents us from meeting in person. I have no doubt we'd have samples of the Randy's Donut product to help assist in our evaluation of this application, but we don't. So my first question, Mr. Yeager, thank you very much for your staff report, by the way. I'm assuming, but it's a question, did we send out notices to every property owner within 500 feet of this applicant's location?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I'm asking that because I know there's another, a donut provider in the area, and I would want to make sure that if anybody had concerns about the contents of the application, they'd have that opportunity. So thank you for that. I also had kind of a question or concern that Commissioner Tourget touched on relating to this idea of precedent setting. And I understand the answer, that there certainly is no precedent set here, certainly not a legal precedent. I can't help but wonder, though, about the idea of us having a sign ordinance that I guess serves more as a guideline than an ordinance. If what we do is we continue to grant larger signs than what's in the ordinance, and if part of the rationale for doing that is, well, the other guy has it next door and down the street. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I'm not quite sure how we should try to address that issue. I'm not sure I have a concern about the signs per se for this applicant, but I'm concerned that they don't meet the code, and part of our rationale is, well, there's other people in the area that have bigger signs. Tell me if you could, Mr. Yeager, if I missed it, the height. So that kind of strikes in my mind as a bigger issue than the square footage of the signage. The 12 feet permitted by right, and it's practically double that at 23 feet. Tell me how it is that we sort of rationalize that.
Sure. So the applicant, they had come originally with a sign that would be 18 feet in height, and it was mounted on 1 foot posts. However, the nature of the property there, with the drive-through exiting and Harbor Boulevard coming towards you with the sign in the middle, it presented a visibility hazard. So the Transportation Division, they did require in initial comments that the sign be lifted a minimum of 7 feet off the ground. And the, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question there?
So I think that answers part of my question. So if the bottom of the sign needed to be raised based on the visibility concerns, then obviously to meet the overall height requirement would mean that we'd have to have in theory, a smaller donut sitting on top of the poles, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and for some reason that wasn't an option or wasn't a desirable option by the applicant. Was that explored, do you know?
Yeah, I think you should follow through with the applicant on that. However, in the raising of the height, they did reduce the size of the donut by 2 feet in diameter as well. Okay,
and then I had 2 questions, and what I'm referencing with these questions is, let's see, I guess it's handwritten page 19, one of the 11 by 17 drawings or renderings. handwritten page 19. And so the first question I have relates to the setback. So is there not a setback requirement associated with posts and signage for a business? Or is this compliant with setback requirements? Maybe that's a better way to ask it.
So for signage, it just needs to be located on the physical property itself. And then, of course, if there's any visibility issues, those items are explored.
Okay. And then the second question I had about this, so obviously people put up signs so the business is visible to folks driving by. And I was wondering to what extent this sign, well, maybe I don't need to worry about this. The hair salon or barber or whatever how you characterize that business just to the south seems to be somewhat obscured by this sign, although you can see in your rendering at least the words shave and cut and color and that sort of thing. So maybe it's not totally obscured. But if that applicant or that property owner came forward after this sign went up and said, hey, nobody can see my business sign, I'd like to put one in, and I guess mine needs to be 20 feet high also. We wouldn't frown on that, correct?
Well, all signs are taken into consideration on themselves. The simulation there, it is taken from pretty much on the property line. So anybody passing by, they would be, if they're going south on Harbor Boulevard, they'd be way over. And if they're coming north, they would see the barber shop before they even got to the donut sign.
Okay, that's a great point. Thank you for that. That's it for my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Colbert.
I have one question related to the sign program that is being proposed as well. And it stems from handwritten page 14 of the staff report. In considering, and this may be a question for the applicant as well, but maybe you can answer, Mr. Yeager. In considering the proposed sign type at this particular location, was there any consideration taken into the alternative sign types that you see at El Segundo, Pasadena, and Century City? Or why was this one particularly selected for this site?
So that's a great question for the applicant. I can say that the other locations there, specifically Century City, that's kind of in a mall area. And then the Pasadena, it's in a larger complex, so there wouldn't be areas for a large sign. I'm not entirely sure of the El Segundo signage, but yes, I would recommend you follow through with the applicant on that.
Okay, and then one further question. Typically, in the case that you want to, I know when I've worked with sign programs or we've attempted to reduce just air waste from different types of pole signs, we would go with a monument sign. Was not a monument sign possible that would meet our sign guidelines, like some type of lower sign with a donut that would still be visible, that would not block or impede visibility from the driveway?
I guess theoretically that would be a possible sign without seeing the plans, though it's difficult to say. I think the visibility would always be an issue with this property itself, but again, I think that would be a great question to follow through with the applicants as well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Yeager.
Thank you. Mr. Yeager, this might be a question just for the applicant, and I know it doesn't require any kind of review and approval from the Parks and Recreation Commission, but do you know if the applicant intends to take out the existing palm trees there? Because it looks like they might at least partially obstruct the view of the donut sign.
I am not sure if they are. However, that would be included in the landscape plan condition that we would be requiring.
Okay. And those trees are on their property. I understand it's not public right of way, so.
Correct.
Okay, commissioners, are there any more questions of staff? Okay, I will open the public hearing and ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is present.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, please state your name, and I first need to ask you if you have read the staff report and the conditions of approval, and do you agree with them?
Yes, my name is Kevin McConnell. I have read the staff report and I am in agreement with it.
Okay, please proceed, sir. The floor is yours.
Well, we are asking for the donut based on several different designs that we've worked with the owner, Mark Collegian. And I know Mark is ready and able to address your questions as to the impetus behind this application. We had an opportunity that we have a freestanding building here so that we can have one of our iconic donuts out front. And we've worked with Chris and staff to come up with an option that we think might work very well.
Okay.
Does Mark have a input?
Yes, I
there?
do. Yes,
Please,
thank you for this I'm sorry, thank you
go
for
ahead.
this opportunity to address the commission. And I want to thank Mr. Yeager for all his hard work. You know, as if you're familiar,
And sir, if I could have you state your name, please, for the record.
apologies, Mark Collegian, K-E-L-E-G-I-A-N.
Thank you.
As anyone who's familiar with our brand, our donut is our identity, it's our soul. In any new location, we look for the opportunity to really recreate that iconic image of the 32-foot donut in Inglewood. Now, that's not always possible, of course. In Downey, we were successful in putting a 26-foot donut on the roof of our building. El Segundo, as was mentioned, was a multi-unit building with offices directly behind, and we were only allowed to put a very small donut on the face of the building. Pasadena, likewise, we are in a historic neighborhood on Lake Avenue, and the ability to change anything over there is virtually impossible. So we were only able to have a limited type of donut on there. I'm aware, obviously, of the 30-foot height restrictions, and as Chris may recall, we originally were talking about, again, going on the roof. Well, that wasn't possible. Then we were looking for ways to put it on the ground. And I think we've got an idea here. I think we've got a concept it's very expensive, by the way. It's about $150,000 to build this sign. So it's not something that we undertake lightly. I think the design that we have and the location works. I think it's safety conscious. I think it really fits with the 40-foot, 45-foot high auto dealership signs that are in the neighborhood. And again, I would note that, as Chris had mentioned, it is 1 foot lower than the existing signage of Jack in the Box. It's been there forever. I don't have much more to say. I'm happy to address any questions. We're thrilled to be, to have our first location be in Costa Mesa, such a prominent city on such a high exposure street like Harbor Boulevard. And we're excited to get going.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for your comments and presentation. Commissioners, if you have any questions of the applicant, please use the raise hand button. Take yourself off mute when I call your name. Okay, Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to give an opportunity to somebody else to go first. So, Mark, thank you for your comments and presentation. I was curious when you made the comment about not being able to put the donut on the roof, and I'm looking at your photo of the Downey location. So can you elaborate on why you didn't think it was feasible to put it on the roof, similar to what you did with the Downey location?
Well, that was our initial effort. And when I initially approached the Planning Commission and learned about the 30-foot height restriction, and because the building itself was, if I'm not mistaken, is about 18, 19 feet tall as it is, it would have only allowed for a 10-foot donut, which would simply be dwarfed by the building itself. I don't think it would be visible.
Okay.
I mean, I would love to put it on the roof. I'll say it to you that way. But it's my understanding that that's not a possibility because of the height restriction. And so we fell back on putting it on the ground, which is also something, by the way, we're going to do in Las Vegas in a particular location. We think if you can't have it on the roof, having it on the landscaping is our next best option.
Okay, so if you'd have put it on the roof, what you'd have been forced to do is to have the donut be smaller, right?
Correct. I mean,
Okay.
visibly, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay, and I'm assuming you looked closely at the existing sign that is in the landscaped area right now and tried to figure out if there was any way to utilize that to mount a donut?
Correct.
Maybe in the rectangular area where the sign, the old sign was?
We did look at that, and it just really wasn't possible to use those existing poles or you know, because of the diameter of the donut, because you know, a donut is a round object, and with the width and all, it just wouldn't work.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, commissioners. Any other commissioners? So I have one. Are there any applications that you can think of in other markets where it's a similar design, 16-foot donut pole mounted in a landscape area in front of the store?
I'm sorry, is that addressed to Mark Legion?
Yeah, either Kevin or Mark, either one of you.
You know, there are some unique donut shapes around Southern California. I believe it's La Puente. You can drive through a donut. So there's other unique situations like that where there's donuts on the ground or halfway on the ground. And it's not that common, obviously, but there have been different versions.
And in those applications or those versions, as you put it, have you had trouble with either chronic defacing of the sign or graffiti or anything like that?
Well, just to be clear, though, in our other locations, we've not had that problem anywhere.
Okay.
The other locations, like the one you drive to, we don't control it, so I don't know anything about those. But we've been very fortunate to be adopted, accepted by the communities where we put our businesses, and so we've had virtually no vandalism or graffiti or any kind of issues.
Okay, those were my only questions. So I'll now open for public comment. If you would like to speak to this item, please use the raise hand option. If you are joining the meeting by phone and you'd like to speak, please press *9. Ms. Green, do we have any comments? And I will let you handle the order of the public comments.
Mr. Chairman, we have no public comments.
Okay. So I will close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any further questions for the applicant? Please raise your hand. Commissioner Zick.
I just wanted to let you know I have a couple of questions for staff, but not for the applicant.
Okay, we'll get there in a minute. Do the applicants have any final comments?
No, other than to thank the commission and Mr. Yeager and everyone involved for giving it the time and attention that's been given thus far.
Been very good working with Chris, exactly.
Okay, thank you guys. Commissioners, do you have any further questions of staff? I know Commissioner Zick does. Please raise your hand if you do. Okay, Commissioner Zick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what leads me to my question, and my question is going to be related to the idea of putting this donut on top of the building. But what leads me to that question is when I look at the rendering on handwritten page 19, and I don't mean to critique the rendering itself, but the rendering gives me concern. Gives me concern because it just does not look attractive to me, number one. And I don't want to critique whoever put the rendering together, but to me, it doesn't look very good. And I'm concerned that this would end up being an ugly sign along our major arterial. What I'm also concerned about a little bit is putting something of this magnitude in the landscape setback. And Mr. Yeager, I'm understanding from what you said previously that I guess what I'm trying to reconcile in my mind is that we have a requirement for landscape setbacks for a reason. And if we then use that landscape setback for very large signage, not just a monument sign, but very large signage like this, I just start to feel like it almost obviates the benefit of the landscape setback that we put in. So so that's what leads me to my question. I'm looking then at handwritten page 13, and I'm looking at the two sign photos, the one in Inglewood and the one in Downey. And I find both of those attractive. They're large, obviously. They're almost comical, but they're comical in an inviting, clever marketing way. I think this is a very clever branding and advertising approach. And so I just can't help but think that having a donut sign like this on top of the building, at least in my mind, would be preferable to putting this two-posted thing out into the landscape area. And if I understood Mark correctly, the restriction or the limitation or the reason they didn't consider putting or weren't maybe able to put on top of the building was because of the height. So can you, am I correct about that, that the height becomes a point of concern?
Well, the maximum height in the C2 zone is 30 feet. So if it was to go above that, it would require some other sort of review, likely a variance.
Okay, but as it is, we're looking at the potential of approving a sign program that exceeds what our city sign ordinance is. So either way, we'd be looking at an exception to what we would normally approve. And so rather than be looking at a sign program, we'd be having an application here for a variant to put the donut on top of the building.
And for the variance, there are unique findings which need to be made, like the last application you heard, including the unique circumstances about the lot, which would most likely be a very difficult finding to make.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's an excellent point, Mr. Yeager. Thank you for that. Do you have an idea how it would be that the location in Inglewood and the location in Downey would, do they have a different limitation on the height of signs? Maybe a less stringent code than we do here in Costa Mesa?
Well, all cities have their unique sign standards. I'm not entirely sure of the processes they went through. I believe that Kevin worked on the one in Downey, so he may be privy to the process they went through for that one.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Yeager. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lee, or Mr. Yeager, I think, Mr. Yeager, you mentioned that the sign program or the sign code or ordinance was updated in 2011. Is that correct? With the intent to do were pole signs or these types of signs not in any way targeted, but was there an attempt to eliminate this type of signage that would, similar to like maybe similar ordinances that have targeted or been focused on billboards?
So the 2011 ordinance, it reduced the maximum height allowed for freestanding signs from 25 feet to 12 feet. And the intent for that, it was to reduce visual clutter and to reduce impacts on residential properties. So it was just at the time the Planning Commission felt that was an appropriate action to recommend to the City Council due to all of the very large signs throughout Costa Mesa.
And this particular sign with the lighting change won't have any impact on residences, but in terms of visual clutter, it's subjective, I guess. One could say that this would contribute to that visual clutter because it exceeds that agreed upon square footage or area.
Yeah, that would be a subjective decision.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The computer is dutifully reminding me that I was on mute. Any further questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll now close the public hearing, and I will turn it over to any of the commissioners. If you have a motion, please raise your hand. Commissioner Russell.
Yeah, a part of me is very disappointed given the iconic signs that Randy's Donuts usually has, that we have a somewhat smaller sign. But I do want to move that we find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA per CEQA guidelines, section 1531, accessory structures, and approve the zoning application 20-17 subject to conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Russell, for the motion. Is there a second? Commissioner, please hit your raise hand button if you have a second. Okay, I will second the motion and ask if the commissioners have any comments on the motion. If you do, please raise your hand. Commissioner Colbert, then Commissioner Torje, then Commissioner Zick, and then Commissioner Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was what I thought would be a rather simple application, but it's a bit difficult for me in terms of me thinking about sign ordinances and the intent to kind of reduce clutter. I know this is a unique particular applicant, and thinking about the signage and the way it has been implemented across California has been unique. And I think was specific to maybe a different time period in which some of these things were allowable. I think there seems to be a path that was optionable in terms of a way that you can achieve the signage at this site, which is, I think well illustrated in the other locations. But then again, I understand, taking Costa Mesa into context and thinking specifically about the sign that existed there. I think there is some precedence, but I don't also know when that sign was, the Jack in the Box sign was initially installed. But I do know that, this will be a permanent fixture in the community moving forward. So I just say I don't really like this application, and I wish we would have or could have done a bit more in thinking about how to, create another unique sign that isn't some two-pronged pole sign that will sit in the middle of the right-of-way in this manner. So I support this application with extreme hesitation. So that's what I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Colbert. Commissioner Torje.
Thank you, Chair. I also have I have difficulty in thinking about this application because, when you think about Harbor and the examples of all this, the really large signs as you drive down Harbor, I don't necessarily think that is a benefit to the community or good to the community. it kind of signals to me a really car-centric boulevard that is, and when I say car-centric, I'm not saying it's a car-centric view, and it doesn't feel as place-based or community-based. I do understand the iconic donut. The illustrations are underwhelming, and I also am just very aware of, and I don't want to talk about precedent, but I am thinking about like the way in which we implement our sign program in Costa Mesa and what we allow and what we don't allow. So I feel very like split on this one. And so similar to Commissioner Colbert, I feel like I'll be in approval of it, but I wish that it had a different design aesthetic, or we figured out a way to make it more integrate into not integrate into the street, because there are big signs, but it felt more like a place or location that you're arriving at instead of driving by. Really quick before I end, I do think it's really important to support the local economy and local businesses in Costa Mesa. And so we're in a really unique time, but us as the Planning Commission, we have to balance like the good in terms of land use in our city, and also like how we can support our city. So I think it's really a delicate balancing act, and especially with something like this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioner Zick, and then Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So both Commissioner Colbert and Commissioner Torje touched on similar sentiments I have about this. I'm not thrilled that this sign is not compliant with our sign standards. I'm not thrilled about that. I'm not thrilled about the design of this sign. I wish there were other designs or other alternatives that we could have looked at, but you know, it's not my business, and I'm not the sign designer. I'm not the donut designer. I'm not the one coming up with the money and the investment for this business. So the factors that you know, that I'm looking at relate to land use and relate to compliance with other aspects of land use. So I'm not thrilled that the sign is going to be in the landscape setback. You know, we have grass, we have trees, and what else do we have? A couple of giant poles and a big donut. I don't know. I don't think that's why we have a landscape setback. But so I'm not thrilled about that. But a couple of the things that I've observed is we don't have any community feedback on this item either. We don't have anybody that's come forward saying, I think this is a lousy idea, or I think this is a wonderful idea. And so in a lot of respects, I think that's good. It makes, I think it makes this decision a lot easier because we could have all kinds of community members lining up saying they hate this, and yet based on the factors that I haven't yet articulated, I might not necessarily be in agreement with a bunch of residents that might not like this. So lack of the community feedback, I think, helps me reach a decision. I'll tell you what I do like. I like that this is an iconic business, almost a historic business. People are going to say, hey, have you ever heard of Randy's Donuts? And they're going to say, yeah. And you know, there's a location in Costa Mesa. I think that's kind of cool. I think this is an important location on Harbor Boulevard. It's one of the early businesses that you would be driving past as you got off the freeway. And I think having an iconic business that visitors to our city are going to see as they drive down Harbor Boulevard, I think will have a positive impact. People will recognize this. Hopefully they'll recognize it in a positive way, as opposed to saying, oh my gosh, that sign is ugly. Why did Commissioner, I was going to pick on one of you by name, I won't do that. Why'd they approve that thing? Hopefully that won't be their impression. Their impression will be, wow, look how cool that is to have a Randy's Donuts here. The other thing I'm excited about is the new business investment. You know, we have an empty building and somebody comes along and they're willing to put their hard-earned money up and open a business which invests in this community. And in my mind, do we want to have a string of buildings that are occupied by businesses, or do we want a bunch of buildings with signs that say for lease in front of them? I think it's pretty clear. We want buildings full of vibrant businesses, and I think that's what somebody's intending to do here with their investment in the community. I also think that this use is compatible with uses in the area. We have a lot of fast food restaurants in the area, convenient food businesses in the area. And to me, this sort of fits into that. If this was a non-food business, I have problems with my lawnmower, so I happen to be thinking about lawnmower repair. If this is a lawnmower repair business, I don't think it would have quite the impact to that area of Harbor Boulevard as something like this. This is compatible with the adjacent businesses in my mind. So despite the reservations I have about this, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually first have a question for staff, if I may. We discussed in the last item a minor modification for height. I think the amount was 20%. Would that apply in this particular zone as well?
I do not believe that the minor modification allows for increases in sign area, but let me just look it up really quickly here.
Well, I think maybe more particularly, Mr. Yeager, if the donut itself was actually on the building, would we still have the option to do a minor modification? Could the applicant request that?
So the minor modification allows for 10% or less deviation in sign area height, setback separation, and other sign specifications.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, maybe there's an option I can suggest, but I kind of respond to this application much like some of my fellow commissioners here, or maybe more personally, when I go to a donut store and my favorite apple fritter is sold out, and I have to figure out what to choose next, and I don't really want to make that second choice. I kind of agree with Commissioner Zick that you know, that if we were to look at this from a aesthetic standpoint, my preference would be that it was on the roof of the building. I think that's a better design, and it ties more to what that donut historically has been in other locations, particularly in the original location. And I believe that the applicant also had said that was their preference. My thinking at the moment is that if we could, in fact, put it back on the top of the building, and there's only a 10% height adjustment, that takes it to 33 feet, I believe. And if the height of the building is 18, then that gives you about a 15-foot donut, give or take, quick math. If that's a possibility, and there's actually more visibility from that, that's something I'd be more supportive of. So I just wanted to throw that as possible an option to consider. You know, I tend to agree with the commissioners on their apprehension about putting something in the setback that looks like it does. I mean, this seems like it's trying to fit a bit of a round hole into a square peg, I guess it might be. It's not my ideal choice. So if there's any support for this at the commission level or even from the applicant first, I think we should check. I'd like to see if that's something that we could pursue.
If I may, commissioners, I just wanted to as well create the distinction between the building height standard or the height for structures as opposed to the height that's in the sign code for freestanding signs. Those are two different things. And so I would want to take a moment before we get too far with this discussion just to check the code and ensure that we have the flexibility that we think we have to consider a roof mounted donut. I will say that when that was proposed or as a concept to staff originally, I think also we should have a discussion about the size of the donut on top of the roof and what would be necessary from the applicant's perspective. From staff's perspective at the time, considering the height of the building and the height of the donut that was palatable to the applicant, we felt that that was too tall for the neighborhood at the time. And that's why we made the recommendation that we did, especially considering the findings for the variance that would have been necessary to accommodate that application. So just some background on some of our thoughts. If we do want to go down this path, I would suggest we just take a small break and allow staff to take a look at the code and advise the commission.
Okay, so so let's take a 5-minute break. I want to have some deference to the vice chair and the other commissioners' comments. So let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene at, let's just make it 8 o'clock. We're at 7:52 now, so let's just reconvene at 8 o'clock and give staff enough time for an answer. We do have a standing motion on the floor for approval. We'll see it all at 8. We'll take a quick break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms. Green, I know I can see we're live on YouTube, but are we back live on Zoom?
Yes, we are.
Okay, very good. Okay, first I have a procedural question for Mr. Preziosi, if he's on, as to whether or not consideration of this new information, we need to reopen the public hearing. I don't see that he's on.
Mr. Chairman, the city attorney is currently not on, but I think if you're going to be doing any further changes or discussion or any further discussion with the applicants, then you should do a vote to reopen the public hearing. And
Thank you, Ms. Green, I agree with you. Commissioners, I'm going to ask that we, I'm going to make a motion that we reopen the public hearing on this item. Does somebody raise their hand for a second, please? Commissioner Zick, seconds. Julie, would you call a roll call vote?
Chair Jericho.
Motion, aye.
Vice Chair Harlan.
Aye.
Commissioner Colbert.
Aye.
That was an aye, correct? Commissioner Russell.
Aye.
Commissioner Torje.
Aye.
Commissioner Zick.
Aye.
Okay, so we've reopened the public hearing on this matter. Ms. Green, do you have or Ms. Lee, do you have a report to give?
I do. After consulting with our attorney's office and our staff members as well, there is a section of the sign code that includes a listing of prohibited sign types. And one of the types of signs that is prohibited is one that extends above an existing roof line of a building. And that's why staff have viewed this type of sign as a prohibited sign type. However, given that there's also a section of the code that indicates that a sign that does not conform with all of the standards in the sign code can be processed with the planned sign program, we believe that a rooftop mounted sign can be processed with the planned sign program. There are other types of prohibited signs, for example. An electronic sign, for example, is also listed in that same code section as a prohibited sign type, but in the past, the city has interpreted that section to mean that an electronic sign could, for example, be processed with the planned sign program. And we've seen some examples of that in front of the commission recently. So that's our interpretation. If the commission would like to move forward with a modified design with a roof mounted donut sign, it could be processed with the planned sign program.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. So the public hearing has been reopened. I'm going to ask the applicant, either one or both, to kind of, Ms. Green, if you could allow them to speak again. I have a couple of questions. Okay, Mark and Kevin, can you hear
Mark,
me?
did you want to comment on that?
Well, let me ask a couple of questions. And is Mark able to join us?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Mark. Okay, I can hear. So I have a couple of questions. One, what would be the size of the donut sign you would need for to be effective if it were roof mounted?
I believe the sign would have to be pretty much in conformity with Downey's sign, which we erected in October of 2019.
And what's the size of that sign?
That's 26 feet on top of the roof. Just for perspective, the Inglewood location is a 750 square foot building. The Downey location is a 1,500 square foot building. This building is something over 2,200, 2,500 square foot. So I think you have to make the donut size in proportion to the building.
So essentially anything less than 26 feet doesn't work for you.
I really just think it would it would be dwarfed by the building, and I'm not sure it would give the image and represent the iconic nature. Now, I mean, I'm open to, we've already started we've got our permits and we've been doing work.
Well, that's my next question. What is your timing for opening? What do you want to open?
Well, we were looking to open in November, before Thanksgiving or just after Thanksgiving, to put the donut. I mean, well, let me say this: the donut hasn't been built yet, obviously, because I wouldn't go through that expense until we got through this process. There would have to be some retrofitting, if that's even the proper word, on the structure, because we'd have to put the posts, lay new foundations to put the posts. Now, that's something I'm willing to do to get the right proportional size donut on the building.
But we're talking about 26 feet.
I'm not an architect. I mean, I don't have a drawing staring in front of me, but based on my experience, I think it would have to be something along that nature. So I think, considering the height of the building, which, it's got a parapet wall around the top, I think we'd be somewhere in the 45-ish or low 40s, mid 40s range if we did that.
In terms of just the sign or the overall height?
No, the overall height from ground level to the very top of the sign. Because it only sits on, and Kevin, you can correct me, 1 foot or 2 foot.
A post, yeah. With the donut, it would be closer to about 48 feet with the posts coming through the top of the roof.
Okay, so
the building's about 20 feet.
All right, guys. So, back to timing question, because I just want to understand, because if this is all going to move forward at some point, to do that, you would have to do significant engineering work, I imagine. That's a whole nother process you have to go through the city in terms of plan check and all of that. So it would certainly take you out beyond November. So I'm just asking if I can imagine that you wouldn't be opening until the first of the year versus November if you went that route with the roof mounted sign.
Well, could I ask staff how long they think we'd be able to go through the process?
Well, I'll ask staff that question, sure. I just imagine if we do that route, there's going to be a whole lot of engineering work that needs to be done structurally, potentially on the building, which obviously requires plan checks and permits and inspections ultimately. So before we even get to a certificate of occupancy. So what do we kind of timelines think we'd be looking at?
Chair, if I may, from staff's perspective, there is engineering that's involved with a freestanding sign. In any case, this would be a different type of engineering for sure when we're talking about supporting a sign structure on the roof of the building. Our plan check process is taking on average about 6 weeks for something like this, start to finish. That's an average, of course, but that's what we'd be looking at sign-wise. I think also we'd have to consider if this commission were to make a decision tonight or to continue the item pending revised design, this would need to come back to the commission for a decision.
Okay, so I'll go back to Mark and Kevin. There is clearly some interest on the commission to explore potentially a roof mounted sign. My question to you is that an exploration that you would like to undertake, because it will mean continuing this item for until a date uncertain?
This is Mark. From my perspective, if the overall height that Kevin mentioned of approximately 48 feet is not an obstacle to passing, and it's simply a matter of going through the engineering processes and satisfying the building department that it's sturdy and will support it, that would be something I would be willing to undertake.
But
keeping in mind that we also have to, the staff and city attorney's office has to develop findings that justify allowing that kind of structural height. Okay, so thank you guys. So commissioners, let's go to Commissioner Zick. He's got his hand up, and then Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Harlan for sort of opening this possibility for discussion. I think a couple of things are clear from tonight's meeting on this topic, and that is that initially the applicant was interested in having the donut on the roof. And it also seems apparent that it would be the preference, I'm not speaking for others, but it certainly would be my preference that the donut be located on the roof. And given that, I think it's worth exploring. I'm not making a motion at this point, but I think a continuance to whatever the next meeting or possible closest meeting would give, I think, a very reasonable amount of time for this to be explored by both staff and the applicant. The height, I'm kind of trying to follow some of the math on this. If the existing building is 20 feet high, and if you use the existing donut dimension of 16 feet, to me, the top of the donut then is at 36 feet, not 48 feet. That's assuming you kept a 16-foot diameter donut, and I don't know that there's anything sacred about that. I don't quite know how you get to 48 feet, but certainly if you want to kill an idea, you talk 48 feet, that probably would kill the idea. Seems to me the numbers work out more to 36 feet. In terms of the structural design, if you look at both the Downey's probably the clearest in terms of the picture on handwritten page 13. The donut is not supported on the roof. The donut is supported on poles. The poles extend through the roof. So I would imagine the structural design would be very similar to this approach. I don't think we're looking at any grand complication in terms of the structural engineering. But I think this is absolutely worth exploring. And I think it would be great if the applicant would be open to a continuance, and that would certainly make this thing easy. Those are my comments at this point. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the last thing I wanted to do was try and design from the dais. I don't think that's really helpful or productive. But I did want to at least open that door to talk about what seemed like the applicant's real need, which was to put it on the roof, and Commission's need, which is to try and provide some sort of aesthetically pleasing signage here. I can't speak to the particulars of the height or the size. I think there might be some meeting in the middle that probably people could live with. But I do want to say that, if the applicant's putting in, as he told us, $150,000 just for this sign, which is no small sum, and considerably more in investment and operations for the building, I would just want to make sure that we get it right, or as close to right as possible. I don't have a particular motion here. I hope the applicant would be interested in a continuance given what we've said here, and hopefully there's a middle ground that we can reach. But I will leave that up to the applicant to decide if that's something they want to pursue, or just go ahead with what's proposed tonight.
This is Mark.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, Mark, go ahead.
If I may, when would the continuance be to, number one, and number two, to Commissioner Zick's point about 16 feet for the donut plus the roof? I think that's incorrect, because that a 16-foot donut would just, I think, be way too small for the size of the building. So I think we need to have a larger size donut.
Well, so we're not going to work that out tonight. If you, first of all, I'll ask staff when they think, what time they would need to work with you to look at iterations of design from 16-foot donut to maybe larger, and how it might be mounted, and hopefully better visual depictions of what it would look like on the roof than was presented tonight. You know, Ms. Lee and her staff have to kind of answer that question. It's not like they don't have anything going on. So, you know, Ms. Lee, what do you think from a timing perspective you would need if this was continued before it came back to us? That would involve obviously interfacing with the applicant. It would require the applicant to develop new plans with varying degrees of size of the sign, et cetera. So I don't imagine it would be coming back anytime soon.
That's correct. And I think based on the change in the project description, we would also be required to notice the proposal again. So those things do take time. Looking at the Planning Commission's calendar, my suggestion is that we could either continue this meeting to a date certain or uncertain, but my feel is that this would be appropriate for the November 23rd meeting.
Okay, so Mark, that's your answer. So you, I don't want to tell you what to do. You're wading into deeper waters, sir.
Well, yes, it's you know, it's tough, quite honestly, because, you know, I'm unable to at this point, you know, figure out what the cost would be to retrofit the building, to add the post, to put it inside, and yada yada, and where that hole could be a rabbit hole that we could be going down.
So the worst case scenario is we come back on the 23rd and you tell us that we couldn't make it work and we revisit this particular request. Or you may have figured out a way to make it work and we may have something that everybody considers better. I don't know. So I'm going to defer to you guys. Well, I'm not going to defer to you guys. I mean, the commission can make any motion that it wants to. But I would, I guess, re-ask the question, would you prefer an action tonight or a continuance?
If I may just ask Kevin a question. If we continue this matter to November 23rd and we got all the engineering and everything done and it was in a position for them to vote on, how long would it take you at that point to build the donut and get it up there?
Okay, now we're talking about two things here because there's going to have to be a total restructural of the building. With Downey, we already had in place the posts as the building was being built. Now we're going to have to tear out the footings on two sides of the building, dig new footings, pour in new posts, put them up through the roof and do those calcs. We're probably looking at about a 2-3 month process maybe to get it all done. And that's if we can get what we got in Downey, which was the 26-foot tall donut. So 26 foot tall on top of the 20-foot building puts us at 46 feet. So it would be a significant time delay unless we can vote on this tonight and we can have it up for your opening in November. It's up to you.
Oh boy. Well, I think in light of the unknown, can I ask if I say that I want to go as proposed with what's already on the
there's a motion on the floor for approval and it's been seconded. So we can vote on it and you can see where you land.
Okay. And then if it was approved, I'm sorry guys, everyone, if it was approved and I later came back and said, whoa, I think we can make this work on the roof. What would that look like?
Ms. Lee?
So I'd like to explore a few options here, and if I can have our city attorney's office weigh in. For a planned sign program, if the commission were to make a decision tonight, and let's say that decision were approval, And the appeal period ran, and at that point, the decision was final. Could the applicant resubmit for a modified entitlement at that point for a different design and modify that approval without risking the original approval?
Thank you.
Mr. Preziosi, is that a clean path forward? You're on mute, sir.
Is that a clean path forward? Is that what you're asking me? Or
No,
Mark?
I'm asking our city attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Yarkle, I'm not aware of any prohibition against doing it. I'd like to consult the zoning code very quickly to make sure there's no actual prohibition against doing it that way. I will be right back.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Yarkle. The proper way to do it would be to grant the approval subject to expressly allowing the applicant to bring a modification back within a set period of time.
Okay. All right, very good. So does the commission have any more questions of staff or of the applicant? And if you do, please hit your raise hand button. Okay, I'm seeing that. I'm going to close the public hearing again. So we have a motion on the floor for approval, and I believe Commissioner Russell made the motion and the chair seconded. Commissioners, if somebody wants to take a flyer to substitute motion, you're vice chair.
Okay, so I'll offer a friendly amendment to that motion, which is that approval would be subject to potential modification by the applicant within, let's just say, 60 days.
Commissioner Russell, is that amendment to your motion acceptable to you?
Yes, of course. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Chair Yarkle, if I could clarify for purposes of the record,
Yes.
if the intent of the planning commission is to require any revisions to that application to come back to the planning commission or to be processed by staff, or would it depend upon the nature of the application?
I think just whatever the nature of the application is, that the commission is going to want to see this. So
thank you. That clarifies.
Yeah. So modification, it would definitely come back to the commission. So with some reluctance, I will agree to the amendment. And so we close the public hearing. Any final comments on the motion? Commissioners, raise your hands, please, if you have any. Okay, so, you know, I'd prefer it to be on the roof too, but the donuts got expensive in a hurry. You know, I think, well, I'm just gonna generally say, I think Costa Mesa would be exceptionally fortunate to have Randy's Donuts in the city. I think the signs are not only iconic, but I've read articles in the past about kind of pop culture and pop art, and Randy's Donut signs pop up actually as, you know, expressions of urban art, cultural art, pop art. So whether or not it's on the ground in front of the store or on the roof is, I'm not so much bothered by it. I think there's going to be knock-on benefits to having Randy's Donuts and the iconic sign in Costa Mesa. I could envision down the road, city benefiting from film permits because it's a location shoot. I can see all sorts of economic benefits to having it in Costa Mesa. So for that reason, I'll support the motion. I think if they can figure out a way to get it on the roof and a size that, you know, it just doesn't make it look like a, you know, just gigantic structure, then great. And I don't want to offer any opinions about that. We'll let them have at it and see how it goes. So I'm in support of the motion. Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I likewise will support the motion and echo the comments of the chair. I mean, I think we would be lucky to have Randy's Donuts here. I grew up in Los Angeles. I frequented that place in Inglewood more times than I probably care to admit at different hours of the day and night. I would love to see this on Harbor Boulevard. But I think there's some value in trying to, you know, maintain that brand integrity with the donut on the roof, if that's possible. It seems like that was a preference of the applicant and some members of the commission, and it might be able to address some of the other concerns we had about just locating it as a freestanding sign. So, you know, if it's possible to pursue that option, great. But I appreciate the comments and your understanding in trying to go through this at this point in the hearing. And like I said, I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, very good. And just Mark and Kevin, so you understand, the motion is to approve the project as you presented it tonight, but you have the ability to modify it and bring it back to the commission within 60 days. So if you would like to do that, you may. If not, you don't have to.
Okay,
Julie,
good,
would you please call the roll call vote?
Chair Jericho,
Aye.
Vice Chair Harlan,
Aye.
Commissioner Colbert,
Aye.
Commissioner Russell,
Aye.
Commissioner Torje,
Aye.
Commissioner Zick.
Aye.
That motion carries 6-0 with Commissioner Perkins recusing himself.
Or Mark, we have to go find him. So that decision is final unless appealed to the city council within 7 days. Mark and Kevin, thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much.
And we'll let Mark come back in.
I am here.
There you are. Okay, very good. Julie, would you please read the title for public hearing item number 3?
Public hearing item number 3, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Costa Mesa, California, recommending that the City Council adopt the Transportation Impact Analysis TIA guidelines and give first reading to an ordinance, Code Amendment CO-20-05, amending Title 12, Article 3, Section 13-275 of Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code regarding transportation impact analysis of the development project review procedures. Please note that we have received one public comment that has been provided to the commission and made a part of the record.
Thank you, Julie, very much. Ms. Nguyen, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, commissioners. Give me 1 second. Let me start my presentation. Okay. So my name is Nancy Nguyen, Associate Planner. The items presented this evening to the Planning Commission are the Transportation Impact Analysis Guidelines, or TIA guidelines, as well as the Code Amendment 20-05. Both items are necessary in order for the city to comply with state law, in this case, Senate Bill or SB 743. So a brief background on SB 743. It was signed into state law by Governor Jerry Brown in September of 2013. SB 743 introduced vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, as the new primary metric for analyzing traffic impacts for purposes of compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA for short. So VMT does replace level of service, or LOS, and in doing so, it shifts the CEQA review of traffic impacts away from congestion and towards the environmental effects of the overall number of trips associated with a project. The state's goal with SB 743 is to encourage developments that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as infill and mixed-use projects. The TIA guidelines typically outline specific steps for preparing a traffic study. The proposed TIA guidelines includes requirements and methodologies for CEQA and non-CEQA purposes that are to be utilized for preparing traffic studies. So the city currently does not have a formally adopted guidelines beyond the requirements that are in the zoning code, as well as the general plan circulation element. Fear & Pierce, a transportation engineering consultant firm, was retained to assist the city with the development of the TIA guidelines, including the VMT thresholds of significance. So as mentioned, LOS is the existing metric used to evaluate traffic impacts for CEQA purposes. LOS measures how a proposed project impacts existing intersections, operation, and the capacity. Each intersection in the city is designated with a letter, A through F, or A to F, excuse me, with A being the best operating conditions and F being the worst. The city's established minimum acceptable level of service is LOS D. Though SB 743 replaces LOS with VMT, it does not prohibit the city from continuing to use LOS. So the city will continue to require LOS for projects estimated to generate 50 or more trips during the peak periods. The zoning code currently does require LOS analysis for projects estimated to generate 100 or more peak hour trips. However, as part of this code amendment, that requirement will change to 50 or more peak hour trips. VMT, on the other hand, measures the amount and distance of automobile travel that is associated with a project. VMT analysis would be required for any project that requires a CEQA analysis. However, projects may be exempt or screened out from the VMT analysis requirement if the project meets specific criteria under 3 different project screening types. Projects can be screened either by project type, if located within a transit priority area or TPA, or if located within low VMT areas. The TIA guidelines includes the VMT screening criteria in addition to VMT thresholds of significance and mitigation measures. A significance threshold under CEQA is the metric used to determine if impact is considered significant or less than significant. If an impact is deemed significant, a project would be required to implement mitigation measures to reduce the significant environmental impact. For the next portions of the presentation, I will turn it over to our consultant, Steve Brown, who is with Fear & Pierce, and Mr. Brown will discuss the specifics of the VMT screening criteria, the significance thresholds, as well as the mitigation measure. Brenda.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. The 3 types of factors that can be used to screen out a project include the type of project, which OPR, Office of Planning and Research, provides very specific guidance, and Costa Mesa is proposing to follow that, which includes, for example, retail facilities being up to 50,000 square feet, and the equivalent amount of use by other trip generators, such as office or residential. The reason retail is called out separately is because the theory is it would not result in new trips, but simply trips being reallocated. The next criteria is the TPA, which is the area within a half mile of a major transit stop. And there are definitions for what constitutes a major transit stop. And the screening would be subject to meeting a minimum FAR and a maximum parking provision. Finally, in areas that are already low VMT within the city, if the project is within those areas and the nature of the project is similar to what is already on the ground in those areas, it can be screened out as well. Next slide. We have mapped those 3 criteria the slide in front of you now. And the transit priority areas are shown in the crosshatched yellowish area, and the low VMT areas are in the light blue. And the VMT areas, the low VMT, are those that are 15% below the current city average, which is the proposed criteria that the city is putting forward tonight. Next slide. So this gets a little bit technical here. I'll explain it best I can. We also have some visual images that may help that we could bring up later on. But the way that the OPR recommends this be done, and Costa Mesa is following it closely with this proposal, is that there be a significant impact if the proposed project is not as much as 15% below the baseline VMT. So said in another way, there would be a project generated VMT significant impact if the project VMT per service population, which is the sum of the residents and employees of that proposal, exceeds the proposed threshold, or that project in consideration of other projects in the area results in the 15% or less than 50% below the current level. Next slide. This is a slightly different way to look at it. It's the project effect as opposed to the project generated VMT. Project effect is an easy way to think about it is project generated is the gross and project effect is the net. So if a project is instituted and it causes the change in VMT to be positive, namely VMT goes up, it would be considered a significant impact. And similarly, in consideration of other projects in the city, if the net result is an increase in VMT, it would be considered a significant impact. Next slide. So there are characteristics and ways to mitigate VMT. They're different from how we mitigate LOS. So LOS mitigation typically involves applying and providing more capacity. In the case of VMT, it's the options are to modify the built environment, and you can do that by changing the parking supply or changing the pedestrian facilities or other things that might result in people driving less. You can implement travel demand measures, TDM, to reduce VMT, which is complementary to the first item, but includes programs that an applicant can put in place to try to reduce the amount of trips or the length of trips that result from their project. And or they can participate in the VMT fee program or exchange bank. These are underway. The regional SCAG, for example, and OCTA are exploring VMT banks whereby economies of scales can be achieved and individual applicants could buy into a bank to reduce their VMT. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Brown, for presenting those technical details of the VMT. So in terms of consistency with SB 743, the general plan and the zoning code were both evaluated to ensure that they would comply with SB 743. The general plan, specifically the circulation element, actually contained many policies and goals, as well as objectives that are in support of SB 743's goals. Some of those goals, policies, and objectives, which are listed here on the slide, it's just a small sampling. Those include promoting and mixed use projects to reduce the number of vehicle trips, encourage non-motorized transportation, promote TDM measures, and develop new traffic criteria in accordance with SB 743. A code amendment to the zoning code, however, is necessary for consistency with SB 743. And this is to also ensure, to require compliance with the standards proposed in the TIA guidelines. The code amendment proposes to remove standards that are inconsistent with SB 743, such as LOS approval criteria, and instead refers to the TIA guidelines for all traffic study related requirements. With that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council find that the adoption of the resolution is exempt from CEQA per CEQA guidelines section 15308. And also find that the proposed code amendment is exempt per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3. Adopt the city's TIA guidelines by resolution and give first reading to an ordinance for a code amendment 20-05. Before I conclude the staff presentation, I do have a short video to show that summarizes the VMT. Give me 1 second and I will play that video for you.
What is VMT? VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, refers to the distance that a car travels regardless of how many passengers are in the car. So this car, traveling 1 mile, would generate 1 VMT, and 4 vehicles, traveling 10 miles, would generate 40 VMT. To understand how much VMT a person generates on a typical weekday, it's useful to map their travel throughout the day. In this example, Jess starts the day at home, drives to the coffee shop 2 miles away, and then heads to work, which is 10 miles from the coffee shop. After a day at the office, Jess returns home 11 miles away. Later, Jess heads out and drives 1 mile to the gas station to fill up, before driving another 3 miles to the grocery store, and then makes the 2-mile trip back home. By adding together the miles driven, it is shown that Jess has generated 29 VMT for the entire day. This VMT can be further categorized into the individual trip purposes that motivated each leg of the trip. VMT can be organized into 3 typical trip purposes: home to work, or HW, home to other, or HO, and other to other, or OO. This organization is helpful in understanding that trips to and from work tend to generate the most VMT because people are willing to drive longer distances as the benefit of the trip increases. Do you have other questions about VMT that you would like answered? Let us know.
Okay.
And with that, now I conclude staff's presentation. Staff from both the Planning and Transportation Division, as well as the consultant team, are all available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And this is a public hearing item, so I will open the public hearing as the city is the applicant. So before we get into questions from the rest of the commission, I kind of want to start. I appreciate your work on the presentation, Nancy, and for the draft TIA guidelines that Fair and Peers put together. So I want to begin with, and I just want to say kind of broadly, I'm particularly interested in focusing on what is happening, and that we really can't control it, or we can to some extent. Is we're really creating the potential for future development and future applicants of development to have to deal with 2 different types of potential mitigation for traffic, whether it's LOS or it's VMT, which is one more level that they have to deal with now. So I want to first kind of touch on, Nancy, what staff's motivation is for reducing the under the non-CEQA analysis for LOS. What's the rationale for deciding to lower the threshold from 100 to 50?
Thank you, Chair Arcos. That's actually was a decision made by our transportation division. And so I'll let Ms. Rosales answer that question as it would be more appropriate for her to.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Rosales.
Great. Thank you. So planning commissioners, we chose to reduce it from to recommend reducing it from 100 to 50 peak hour trips because this is more consistent with what we're currently requiring for traffic studies. We also require study intersections that have a minimum of 50 trips as well. So if an intersection hits 50 trips, it's required, plus any others at the discretion of the Public Services Director or designee. Also, when thinking about it, 50 peak hour trips is typically consistent with about 500 daily trips. So bringing it down to 50 also is brings a little bit more, brings it down to more the level of even the CEQA. So that was some of the reasoning, is to bring it back to more consistency of what we're currently requiring for our traffic studies.
Okay. So let's talk about project screening types. So in the draft TIA guidelines, project screening types, and these are the parameters by which a project would be presumed to have less than a significant impact relative to VMT. Local serving K through 12 public schools, local parks, daycare centers. This is out of Fair and Pierce TIA guidelines. Local serving retail uses less than 50,000 feet. Restaurants, shopping centers, student housing projects. Local serving assembly uses, places of worship, community institutions, public libraries, that kind of thing. Assisted living, seniors housing is defined by HUD. So I want to refer to OPR's technical advisory in December of 18. And it states that among in the screening, presumption of less than significant impact, it expressly calls out affordable housing, which I notice is kind of conspicuously absent from our screening types in our TIA guidelines. And I'm wondering why that is. Either Mr. Brown or... Here's why I'm asking that question. We're staring down the barrel of a RENA number that's 12,000. We're going to have to figure out where we're going to upzone a whole bunch of land. We're thinking about an inclusionary housing ordinance, which I think is probably going to be around 15%, I guess. So it's curious to me why in a screening process that would screen out some of these projects from VMT analysis that we would exclude affordable housing when we're going to have to plan for a whole bunch of it.
Chair DeAracle, we can certainly add affordable housing into the project type screening if that would be the desire of the Planning Commission.
Okay, I'll take note of that, and I do note that in the technical advisory, OPR uses a fully 100% affordable project, which is probably not going to be a purely private sector project, but there are elements, for instance, in mixed use that might have an affordability component that we don't contemplate in the TIA. So that's good to know.
If I may, just to clarify too, this list is not exhaustive. I mean, it's meant to be consistent with the OPR guidance, which wouldn't also exempt or screen out affordable housing projects as well.
Okay. I would like to see that. Here's where I had the big trip up. Throughout OPR's technical advisory, which I understand is recommendation, it says right up front that this isn't mandatory, but it gets to be pretty emphatic in some areas. And in particular, I want to kind of, you guys can all bear with me. Pretty much throughout the OPR's technical advisory, it bases its metric for studying trips on per capita VMT. So it's either per capita or per employee if it's an office project or what have you. And in fact, it says indeed for OPR recommends that a per capita or per employee VMT that is 15% below that of existing developments may be a reasonable threshold. And what's clear in our draft TIA guidelines is that we're suggesting that the metric be service population and not per capita. Service population is residents plus employees. So I guess, first of all, I'd like an explanation on the distinction between per capita metric and the service population metric.
Okay, Chair Darkle, I'll start the answer and then I can have our consultant finish the answer.
And
So,
then, and just as a side note, I'm sorry, Jennifer, just a side, once we have an understanding of what the distinction between per capita VMT and service population is, why we chose service population when the technical advisory from OPR clearly suggests that per capita is a better metric or the preferred metric.
okay, thank you. So service population refers to both residents and employees, and then the per capita is just residents only. So when we're studying a mix of residential and commercial uses, which we are getting development proposals that do have a mix of different uses, it's more appropriate for looking at the service population than one or the other, because per capita doesn't include the employee piece of that. I can go ahead and hand it to Mr. Brown to maybe further elaborate.
Ms. Rosales said it well. I can answer a question, but she explained it well.
So, do we anticipate that using the service population metric is the exclusive methodology or use? Do you envision that we would ever use per capita?
Well, if it's a residential project, it will be per capita because there are no employees. If it's an office project, it would be per employee. If it's a mixed, it would be the sum of the two.
So what's the greater likelihood of a project exceeding the VMT baseline below the 15% trigger point? What is more likely to trigger that, the service population analysis or the per capita VMT?
Well, I can't give you a direct answer to that. It's apples and oranges. So if you had an exclusively residential application, you would be measuring on it per capita. So the employees would not factor in. So there is no penalty, if you will, for using service population. It just allows you to appropriately apply the metric to both residential and non-residential projects. So if you put it another way, if you use per capita and you tried to apply it to an office project, the denominator of capita would be meaningless. It would be zero. So you really couldn't apply it.
So is this analysis? Is this when you say denominator? Is this a measurement of the sum of all VMT, or is it a?
It would be VMT. Yes, the sum of VMT divided by the service population.
Okay, so well, let me ask a question based on that answer. Again, you're gonna have to bear with me because I'm swimming in a pile of notes. So Mr. Brown, when we measure cumulative impacts, how does that work? How does the assessment of cumulative impacts work of a project relative to VMT?
So there's two ways that it works, under these guidelines, and consistent with OPR. There'd be the project generated VMT. So how much VMT per person? Let's use person as what we're talking about here. Per person, what the project generates in isolation, and also in consideration of what's around it. So two ways to measure project VMT. There would also be the project effect, which we would measure two ways. One is today, how would a project change the net VMT per person? And then similarly, how would it change in consideration of other projects that are proposed or planned? And so we would be measuring the VMT those ways.
So this may be unrelated. And so let me ask you, is the measuring of project effect, does that have to do with efficiency?
In a way, if you look at a project, let's take a mixed use project in the core of Costa Mesa. If you were to look at it in isolation, you might come to one conclusion, but if you had several other projects proposed around that project for which trips may interact and future residents of that project might be able to walk to a store that's proposed across the street, your VMT would look different in consideration of what's around it than if you were to look at it in isolation.
Okay, so when OPR says in its technical advisory, metrics framed in terms of efficiency as recommended in residential and office projects, they can't be summed up together because they employ a denominator.
Correct.
Okay.
Person. That's what.
I'm sorry?
In this context, efficiency means per person.
Okay. Have you, has Fair and Pear's done other TIA guidelines in other jurisdictions?
Yes.
Have you recommended any of those TIA guidelines a per capita metric versus service population?
All of the ones that we've been involved with in Orange County and LA County have involved service population.
Okay. Let me ask another question. I read something in the draft TIA guidelines that were confusing to me. And I'm interested in coming back and looking at cumulative, because the more I read about it, the more it feels like that it's just really kind of a wild guess. Which spooks me, because we're stepping into these territory now where we're entering, and I get it's the law, but we're entering a phase where basically all projects are constantly being monitored to see if their VMT analysis is actually bearing fruit. And if it's not, then come back and revisit you is just kind of scary to me. Maybe you can help me understand this part. It's under cumulative plus project. It's on handwritten page 31 of the staff report. Top of the page, cumulative plus project. Says the project land use would either be added to the project TAS, or a separate TAS would be created to contain the project land uses. The addition of project land uses should be accompanied by a reallocation of a similar amount of land use from another TAS or TASs, especially if the project is significant in size such that it would change other future developments. I have no idea what that means, and I would like some clarification on it. It sort of sounds like a rob Peter to pay Paul kind of thing, but I could be misinterpreting that.
So these are guidelines. This particular section is really made for the technicians who would be using the OCTA model or equivalent, and how to perform this analysis within the model. And TAZ is a transportation analysis zone. It's simply an artificial boundary that we break up an area into these subsections. So this is just describing for technical staff how to go into the model and make the appropriate changes to produce a technical analysis.
Have we established our VMT baseline yet for different uses, office, retail, residential? Do we have a baseline established yet?
Yes, it's embedded in the maps that are provided, and the city is broken down into these TAZs, and the data from OCTA is presented in these maps as the baseline, and then there's the 15% reduction from that.
So let's say we had a mixed use project coming before us, 10,000 feet of residential serving retail and 565 apartments. So now I said, how would you break that out? How would that be analyzed from a VMT standpoint? Would the residential be analyzed differently than the retail part of it?
So in this case, there are two ways it could be done. You could analyze them separately, and you could look at the retail as being exempt and just analyze the residential. But it's probably more meaningful to analyze them as a package, because you're going to get some synergy between the two. So the denominator in this case would be the total number of retail employees plus the total number of residents. That's your denominator.
Isn't that mixing land uses?
Yes.
And is that a technique that OPR Technical Advisory advises?
It does suggest that mixed use can and should be looked at in its totality, yes.
Okay, but land use just in general, mixing.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I'm the layman, I'm not the expert. And what I've read in the draft TIA and what I read in the technical advisory, I see in my mind as a layman, a lot of discrepancy, or not going with the recommendations of the technical advisory, which you don't have to have recommendations, I understand. Although we're adopting many parts of it. I'm just wondering, as again, I said, my concern is that we're creating an environment, I could be dead wrong about it, where we are going to be triggering significant impacts under VMT based on a method that OPR itself doesn't recommend.
Well, everything in the guidelines is consistent with OPR. The language may be slightly different, but there is nothing in the approach that Costa Mesa is proposing to take that would be inconsistent with OPR's recommendations. So, for example, the efficiency metric, service population is an efficiency metric. So we are consistent in that regard. There's also reference to the ability to isolate land uses or look at them in totality. And so these guidelines do not specify a method that would be inconsistent with that.
Okay. I may come back, commissioners. I see Commissioner Zick has his hand up. I'll probably have further questions, but Commissioner Zick and then Commissioner Perkins.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. I'm probably going to switch gears a little bit. So put on your simpleton hat to field the following questions, because they're not going to be, I don't think, as complex as the chairman, who has I think, a deeper understanding of this subject matter. So let me start with this, and Ms. Wen, if I could direct this question to you. So I appreciated that you showed the video that sort of simplistically showed what a VMT what a VMT is. What wasn't clear to me is, in the context of a development, what is a VMT? So if a 100,000 square foot office building was being built, what is a VMT? I mean, the whole idea of a guy driving to the store, getting gas, getting groceries, driving from his house, there's a total VMT. I understood that concept. 100,000 square foot office building, what's a VMT?
I will, thank you, Commissioner Zick. I will start off, try to answer that question, and may ask our consultant or Ms. Rosales to step in. If I can take a stab at that, it's any trips associated to the office, to the place of employment. So in this case, the employee population, excuse me, and within those anticipated trips from, let's say, one employee to the office site, they would be leaving for, let's say, to run errands. For myself, earlier today, I actually left for lunch to run errands. That would be another trip associated with that one employee that is part of the office development. So that's why I would imagine VMT associated with an office project, not related to residential. Perhaps Ms. Rosales or Mr. Brown could fill in the gaps where I didn't completely answer your question.
Okay, my 100,000 square foot office building. Ms. Rosales.
Yes, so Planning Commissioner Zick, so vehicle miles traveled would be all the basically it would be for the employees that are at that office building, what their VMT is. So each employee at that building, what their basically like their vehicle miles travel footprint is on the service population. So it'd be compared to that. So I'm not sure if that made, if I, no, okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can answer that. So 100,000 square foot office building would generate about 1,100 trips. It's like 11 trips per, actually 11,000 trips on a, 100,000 would generate about 11,000 trips on a daily basis. So if you think the average trip length going back, and forth from work is about 8 miles, then it's 88,000 VMT.
Where does that 8 miles come from, Mr.
So what we do is, Mr. Brown referenced OCTA model. So in the transportation model, we can measure what the average trip length for different trip categories are. So offices have one kind of trip category, neighborhood serving retail have one, regional shopping has different. So there are, for different trip categories, the transportation model can give us the average trip lengths.
Okay,
And
let me ask you this about those trip lengths. So today we build a 100,000 square foot office building here in Costa Mesa, let's say. We would not be surprised to see employees driving from Irvine to that building, employees driving from Anaheim to that building, employees driving from Long Beach to that building. And what you're telling me is all those different employees from Costa Mesa would drive to that building or ride their bike to that building, okay? Or they would walk or ride their bike to the building. Great, okay. And what you're telling me is in totality, if we added all that up, all that distance across those employees, the average is 8 miles per trip. That's what you're telling me, right?
That's how it works out. Again, this varies based on the location. Costa Mesa could be that, but if you look at another agency, they might have a different trip length. So again, this is average. So when I said 11, it's 1,100, not 11,000 on a daily basis, number of trips. Again, I'm giving you an example, but it could be in that range. It's somewhere between 7 and 10 miles, and on one way, each way.
Okay. All right. So let me back up to more of a contextual series of questions. So what's in front of us here is a draft resolution to go to the City Council. Is it true that the reason why we are putting forward a new resolution or draft resolution to the City Council is because of the law the governor signed? Is that the reason we're doing this?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And in the staff report on page 2, it indicates that the reason for the shift to VMT away from LOS is essentially because, these are my words, we don't care about congested streets and intersections. We only care about air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Is that?
So Chair Derico, Commissioner Zizek, I wouldn't say we don't care. It's the guidelines that how it was drafted.
Let me restate my question. You indicated, Ms. Wen, that the city will still be using LOS.
Yes.
Even though it's not mandated by this law that we use it, nor is it prohibited, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the reason why this law was put into place is because they don't really care if you use LOS or not. They only care about VMT, which is to directly affect the concerns related to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the city cares about congested streets and intersections. This state law doesn't.
The state law doesn't care for a CEQA purpose.
Right. Okay. Now, so we're going to have this ordinance or something like this at some point, because we have to, apparently. And a project is going to come to the city. An application for a project is going to come to the city. And some combination of city staffers and consultants like Mr. Brown, fair peers, are going to do an analysis on that project. And their analysis is going to be looking at both VMT and LOS. Am I correct so far?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
I was going to say yes, yes, if it requires.
Okay. Why are they going to be looking at VMT and LOS on a project? Tell me why they're looking at that. What's the purpose? Or no, not what's the purpose. What is forcing them to do that? Is it CEQA forcing them to do that analysis?
If I may, I can answer that question, Commissioner Zick. Yes, so for VMT, if the project is not screened out from the 3 screening criteria, then yes, it would be required to do a VMT analysis for CEQA purposes. On a non-CEQA level, LOS could still be required if the project is anticipated to generate 50 or more peak hour trips. So am I understanding your question?
You are. And so the purpose of that analysis is to make a conclusion as to whether the impact of that project is significant or less than significant. Is that a true statement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
The purpose of doing this analysis and the conclusion from it is to determine whether the impact of the project is significant or less than significant.
In terms of VMT impacts, yes.
Okay. And if the project is significant, then that means that there's going to be some need to mitigate that impact, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when the city staff and consultants do this analysis, and this staff report includes all kinds of definitional and process and all the kinds of things a traffic engineer needs to know. And I think Mr. Brown even described how portions of this were to guide the analysts or technicians, I think was the term he used, on how to utilize different models to reach these elements of the analysis. My sense is that in some respects, when a project like that comes before Planning Commission and there's this deep report and analysis, let's say by Fair Pierce, to some extent, we'd need to know exactly how it was they determined this calculation and the conclusion that a project was significant or less than significant. And after having done that, we might say, well, it's significant, here's the mitigation, but we don't care so much about these impacts, we're willing to accept them. So what I'm kind of trying to understand as I'm looking at the staff report is, to what level do we have a concern about the methodology that Fair Pierce is going to be using to calculate the VMT and determine significance? Yes, that's what I'm wondering. I'm assuming they're the experts, and I'm not sure. I'm trying to understand, do I need to care how they're going to calculate VMT? Or am I more concerned about when they've calculated it and they say a project is significant, am I more concerned at that point about what are the mitigation measures for that significance? Or should I be trying to challenge them and go, wait a minute, I think your analysis is flawed. It's not significant, it's less than significant. Trying to understand the role of a planning commissioner in this analysis. Can you sort of help me with how I might want to be thinking about this?
Mr. Chairman, let me start, and then maybe Mr. Braun can chime in from a consultant point of view. So when a study meets the threshold and they have to go through the CEQA process for VMT, all agencies in Orange County, they rely on this Orange County Transportation Authority's model to figure out what the VMT is. So it's consistent. So it could be Fair and Pierce, it could be any other consultant. They use the same modeling tool to figure this out. And it is basically, it runs the analysis and it gives the VMT values and then compare it to the threshold that's established for that particular type of a use. So that's where, the VMT is kind of, it's that analysis part of it it's not very transparent in that way. It goes through this black box, it gives you the numbers and you take the numbers and you kind of run with it. That's the reason why we also added this element of including the level of service, because we want to understand the congestion part of that development. The CEQA doesn't require us to mitigate to that level, but the city will understand the impact and decide to act on it. So it's just to provide commissioners and council with additional analysis and tools to kind of make sense of a project. The VMT, we understand as a transportation consultants, we understand it, and it's a very good tool, especially for planning purposes. But when it comes to a smaller, minute detail of intersections, it's not defined to that level. But the recommendations from the VMT can definitely be used, in terms of achieving trip reductions, for example. If they introduce a carpool program, or if they have a robust bicycling program, or add a transit service, shuttle service, there is some way to quantify what the benefits are. And that translates into the traffic analysis too. So those mitigations will be carried into the traffic analysis too. So we kind of work with both tools to figure out what the development impacts are.
Let me ask you this. If we did not use LOS in the analysis and evaluation of a project and only used VMT, how is it that we would understand from that analysis the impact to congestion and intersections, or would we not understand the impact to congestion on our streets and intersections if we did not use LOS?
Yeah, Commissioner Zick, it's a very good point, and that's what we kind of struggled with, because VMT gives a number. If I hear 25 VMT or 30 VMT, I really don't know what that means. You know, I know what it is. It's like, okay, you have either 30 trips going 1 mile or 10 trips going 3 miles, whatever. That's 30 VMT. But does it mean the street is congested? Does it mean I have a problem at an intersection or at a street level? It's hard to gauge that, and it's still it's a tool. That's why we established this threshold. If it exceeds so much, we know that it's bad. So we have our baseline. You know, we know our city at this time, and we say, okay, this is where we want to be. We don't want to increase our congestion beyond this point. And that's what we are measuring. So if you stay within that threshold of what our city is, each housing, let's say, generates so much VMT. And if a new project comes in and they are within that same threshold, we say they are good. If they exceed it, then we know that, well, that's increasing our trip threshold and we need to do something about it. We need to bring the trips down, and what we can do to bring the trips down. So it's a different way of looking at congestion, and it's a different way of addressing congestion. But there is no immediate sense of what it does to a neighboring intersection or a street.
Well, then let me ask the question this way, because it sounds to me like if you only did a VMT analysis and you didn't do an LOS, then you really, I'll say as a resident or citizen of a city, you wouldn't have a clue what the real impact is in terms of what you care about, which is congestion on streets and intersections. So my question is this: are there any cities, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Brown, but you can help me with this. Are there any cities that only would be using the VMT analysis and not an LOS?
Yes, so Chair Dierkel and Commissioner Zick, there are cities that use only VMT. And I think the locally Pasadena is a good example. They use only VMT. I'm sure there are others, like even city of LA. I think they probably rely on VMT. Cities that are large and that have a very good transit, like rail transit and other transit, and those kind of opportunities, they can benefit a lot from this kind of analysis, because they can quantify better the impacts and the mitigations that are needed to help with those impacts. For suburban cities, I mean, like Costa Mesa, which doesn't have a rail transit or a robust transit in that way, our trips are 90% automobile trips. So we are in a different spectrum in terms of how we operate in Costa Mesa. So that's why it becomes a little bit more difficult, but it can be done. It's not that it cannot be done, but we have to come to an understanding that this level of VMT is what we can live with. And as long as we stay within that threshold, we are okay. But then we don't worry about what happens with the intersections. But that's where we kind of struggled as transportation engineers too, is that we want to understand what's happening, and we want to see if there can be measures, either active transportation measures, or it can be roadway measures, whatever can be done to figure out what can be done. It gives a way for us to plan for improvements also. That's why we are going with both options.
Okay, before I turn off the mic, Mr. Brown, do you have any comments that you'd like to make first?
Maybe it would help to know that VMT and congestion are totally different metrics. And as Raja was saying, that we're only aware of 2 communities in Southern California that are not applying level of service in addition to VMT. All the communities in Orange County are applying or continuing to have level of service as a metric. And maybe the easiest way to think about VMT and congestion is it's like one measurement that measures your height and another measurement that measures your weight. They are both measurements, but they're not related. They're completely separate, and you can apply one or the other, but they don't really relate to each other. So that's the simplest way to look at it, is they're completely different measures. And at least to date, no other entity in Orange County has abandoned level of service in this process.
Oh, okay, so that so that was an interesting way you characterized it. So let me ask you this. In terms of, you said 2 measurements are not related. So if one measurement, LOS, tells me about the congestion in streets and intersections, and I care about that, then I would be caring about LOS. Tell me what it is that VMT is telling me about that I would care about. Well,
It's a surrogate for greenhouse gas emissions. So that's its purpose, is to identify the transportation contribution to GHG.
And so help me a little more. How am I going to care about that? There's a project, you're going to do a calculation, a VMT, and somehow that relates to greenhouse gas, and it's going to be a big number. So what would you be trying to get me to conclude from that? Don't make a 30-story building, make only a 20-story building? What would you be trying to tell me with VMT?
So this relates back to the state goals, which go all the way back to AB 32, but the state set certain thresholds of greenhouse gas emissions that the state is trying to accomplish. And this law rolls that down to the community level to say, if every community were to reduce greenhouse gases by 15%, or VMT by 15%, which is a surrogate for greenhouse gases, we would achieve the state goal. So that's where that emanates from. So one individual project in Costa Mesa is not going to make or break the state or global VMT, GHG, threshold, but it's the aggregate of these decisions across the state that SB 743 is trying to get to say that if all the communities do this, we can achieve the statewide goal.
So somebody comes into the city with a big project. How in the world are we going to reduce VMT and greenhouse gas? The project is what it is. You do an evaluation. It comes up to a number, maybe bigger than you want. Now, how are you going to reduce the VMT and greenhouse gas?
Nancy, do you want to bring up that image that has the options on it?
Give me 1 second.
Commissioner Zek, while Nancy is pulling that up, I think it's looking at the project, and sometimes it could be changing the definition of the project too, character of the project. If it's a single type of use, a large building, then a single like office building, it generates a lot of VMT. But then if that gets reconfigured into a mixed use type of project, then you bring the VMT down. So it's basically looking at it and redefining the project to make it so the VMT stays under the threshold.
So I was trying to keep it simple in my mind, obviously, and calling it an office building. What I don't want to hear, I'm thinking, is if I'm an applicant, I come in with an office building, and I'm not picking on the comments you just made, I'm just trying to process it. If you came back and said, oh, John, your VMT is too high, so instead of an office building, if you considered building a bunch of apartments. It's like, no, I'm building an office building. I have a need, a use, a plan for office building. Don't suggest to me that I build something different.
So then you go to this with mitigation measures. Then you institute. If you don't have this, you have one level of average trip length, but then you introduce different transportation demand management programs, shuttle programs, and the last one is a VMT fee program. So the goal is to bring the number of trips down to a threshold where to a point where you're below the threshold.
Right. So what are the things that you would ask me to do if you calculated the VMT on my big project and it was bigger than you liked it to be? Is this the list of what you'd ask me to do?
Yes, Mr. Brown, you can add more to this, but it's anything that can be done to bring the number of trips down. It could be encouraging more people to walk and bike, encouraging more carpooling, alternate work schedules, having people, work from home, for example, or it's any variety of measures that can be taken to say your development needs to be at this trip level, VMT level.
Yes, and that's correct. And it's also trip length. So it's trips and trip length. You can reduce either or both.
Exactly.
The image that was on the screen a minute ago that has examples of what those types of measures might be.
Well, okay, so again, I've got my 100,000 square foot office building. How am I going to reduce trip length?
Well, trip length could be that you institute a program where employees get a discount for eating at the local cafe where they don't drive as far for lunch, or maybe they walk to lunch. That would be a simple example of how you can reduce trip length.
And does anybody follow up? So let's say I do all that, and let's say I agree to put out a PA announcement every morning encouraging people to walk to work or carpool or whatever. And so all that goodwill on my part is going to reduce VMT. Does anybody follow up to see if that really manifests?
Commissioners, if I may, I can help answer that question. As part of the code amendment, there would be an annual report that would require a project applicant as a condition of approval to submit their TDM monitoring program, just to ensure that they are complying with the mitigation measures to reduce VMT. I'd also want to add too, in terms of mitigation measures, CEQA does require all feasible to the extent possible mitigation. So if mitigation was deemed not feasible, that would then be considered a significant impact.
All right. Thank you for all of that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I got Commissioner Perkins and then Commissioner Colbert.
Thank you very much. So what I wanted to do, take a look, we had some great looking at the VMT. I think it's a very important topic for the planning of our city's future. And so I wanted to have a number of questions here looking at the history of how we've planned roads and how LOS works. We've had a lot of discussion of VMT, but of course we're talking about LOS as well. And especially with LOS, sort of wondering is the metric that LOS tends to use appears to be congestion. And I wonder if as a city, congestion really is the primary metric we want to be using. So we're forced by the state to use greenhouse gas emissions. But then we have our own option to decide what we want to use internally to determine what our transportation network analysis metric is, and level of service is based on congestion. I wonder if that is really what our priority is as a city. So I want to dive into that with a series of questions. So one question I have is just historical. How long have we been using level of service as a metric to evaluate the impact of development projects here in Costa Mesa? Roughly,
I would say maybe 40 years.
Okay. And so this level of service analysis is, am I correct in that it is sort of what has largely shaped the condition of our roads today by saying when we're adding more people, we're having to sort of widen roads or other things? Would that be a fair statement? Am I sort of understanding how LOS's role in our community development?
Yes, so LOS is used in many ways. I mean, one is, our general plan, we use LOS to understand what the impacts are and what kind of circulation system we need in the city. It's a basis of our traffic impact fee program. And and it's a way for our residents to understand simply what they're going to experience in terms of congestion on our local roads and intersections. It's a way, that's when if a development like IKEA went in, we had an LOS analysis and they knew this is going to be an impact and this is how it's going to be mitigated, or it's a way for them to understand what it does to the local street system. That's why it also became even included in the Measure Y probe. When our voters approved Measure Y, they also use LOS as a metric in that measure that voters approved.
So yeah, so when we've been doing projects in the city, we've been looking at LOS as our metric for we need to, if we're failing on level LOS, we need to fix that basically. So one thing, Chair Darrell brought this up, that we're requiring two. So one question I have before I dive into sort of LOS metric details, how much are we talking about? So for a sort of moderate scale project, something that's generating, couple hundred peak hour LOS or trips, what kind of cost are we looking at for a LOS study here?
Mr. Brown, do you want to take that up?
So a traditional level service study, it's going to be less expensive outside of the CEQA realm. So it's been bundled within CEQA, and CEQA has a lot more bells and whistles. So if it's outside of CEQA, it'll be more streamlined. A small project, a small development, let's say, might be 10 to 20,000. A large development, mixed use, 500 homes, a type of project might be 50 to 100,000 for that type of study.
Okay. And then I'm constantly makes the numbers we talk about here. And then for a VMT-based traffic study, what are we looking at there for that rough cost?
So that is within the CEQA realm. So there's also the public outreach part. There's responding to comments. There's hearings. So if you take that away and just talk about the technical part of it, it's probably on the order of $5,000 or $10,000.
And does that analysis scale with project size? I get the impression from reading the analysis guidelines, LOS seems like it scales very quickly with project size as you're encompassing more and more intersections. Does VMT scale with project size as much?
Not as much.
Okay.
Somewhat, but not as much.
Okay. So we definitely have something here that is expensive. By having both in here, we are potentially adding in a significant cost. So when we're grading level of service, so I want to talk about level of service and sort of make sure I am understanding this properly. When we're grading level of service, it seemed like in the guidelines we were talking about number of trips that happen all day long, but then we also looked at peak hour trips, and the peak hour trips was our trigger for whether you needed this analysis at all. When we're looking at impacts, when we're sort of grading level of service, are we looking at it all day or just in that peak hour?
Councilmember Perkins, we typically look at the peak hour. We look at AM peak hour and the PM peak hour.
Okay. And so when we're looking at peak hour, I know, again, Chair Darrell pointed out that we're reducing our threshold from 100 peak hour trips to 50. What would 50 peak hour trips look like? So if I was looking at a residential development or a commercial development, what's the scale of project we're talking about that would trigger 50 peak hour trips?
All right, Councilmember Perkins, so 50 peak hour trips would be equivalent to about 50 single family homes, about 100 multifamily homes. It would be around 15,000 square feet of retail, like a specialty retail or shopping. It's about 45,000 square feet of general office. And then in terms of the general light industrial manufacturing, around 75 to 80,000 square feet.
Okay. So we're looking at, for this LOS analysis, I guess what I'm sort of hearing from that, even at cutting our metric in half, we're looking at, I guess I would I would think that these are sort of relatively large projects. So we're talking about something that if you have a developer coming in for a couple of homes or a shop, they're not going to be triggering this. Am I correct?
No.
Great. And then for level of service, we're looking at grades, right? We've seen that A through F, and I understand that my academic side royals that this E is actually included. And so what do these grades represent? And so, we have a grade of D as a target, and I've heard your explanation of this before, I think, but I could use a refresher. What does a D sort of mean? What are these grades representing?
Yeah, so Commissioner Perkins, A through F, F sounds, F is breakdown. So basically A is free flow, nobody's on the road, there's no traffic signals, you're just free flow, no stopping, it's just free flow. Level of service D, which is our threshold, at level of service D, you will experience some congestion. However, if you're at a signalized intersection, you'll be able to get through within one cycle. Once you hit E, which is outside of our threshold, that's where we'd have to mitigate. Now you have to wait more than one cycle just to get through. And then F is total congestion breakdown of the system, typically.
Okay. So in the context of, I'm trying to think about, again, trying to make this sort of concrete for me. When we're taking a look at this, like, let's imagine we're taking a look at like 19th and Newport, right? This is a very busy intersection with, I think, signals that are maybe about sort of 2 minutes long or so. So if we're looking at like a D, if I, as a driver of a motor vehicle, am approaching this intersection, I'll either be able to get through on this light, or at most I'll have to just wait for the cross traffic to go and then I'll go. Is that correct? So it would be like, say, a 2-minute wait for me is what we're talking about at a level of D.
That's about right.
Okay. So because then if I had to wait for a full signal, it's like 2 minutes one way, 2 minutes another way, then we might, for failing, we might get up to like a 4-minute delay or something like that, or 6-minute. Am I reading that?
Typically one cycle, well, it depends on the size of the intersection. It could be anywhere like a small one, 60 seconds to 120 to 140 seconds. Typically in Orange County, you don't see higher than about 140. It's kind of getting on the high side in Orange County.
Okay. Okay. So by passing, we're saying I'm not going to have to wait more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Perkins, just want to point out one thing. When we talk about level of service or another way for locations like Newport 19th, they use a metric called delay. Whenever we look at it, we look at average. So it's likely that you might have to wait one cycle, but on the average, if it's D, majority of them will clear, and it's in a way clear the intersection. So it's looking at 90% of the capacity is being used is D, up to 90%.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, definitely averages. Any one person might get unlucky. Exactly. That person in front of you finishing their text message, perhaps. And so, so with level of service, by having in our city's general plan that we want to be targeting for level of service of grade D or above, we're essentially saying that we've been historically building roads to handle the peak hour surge capacity of motor vehicles sort of as efficiently as possible. So at rush hour is what we're talking about. We shouldn't have to wait more than one cycle is our goal for motor vehicles. Am that sounding sort of right? So that's our design principle, if you will, with LLS.
It is in the peak hour. Yeah, which we look.
Okay. So where I'm sort of going with this is I'm looking at, and this will surprise no one, that our transportation network, of course, doesn't serve just people using motor vehicles. And so our active transportation plan that we passed just a couple of years ago actually cites that roughly 20% or so of people are using non-motor vehicle modes of transportation to get to work. That's either carpooling or transit, walking or bicycling. So we have a decent number of people, and we're VMT. The whole goal of VMT is to try to encourage that. So in our city right now, as we've been designing our roads, what is our existing target level of service for bicyclists, for people riding bicycles?
Just Commissioner Perkins, just want to point out our share of bicycling, walking, and transit trips together is more in the 5 to 7% range. It's not 20%. We are not there at this time. We like to get to even 50% mode share, where 50% is out of other modes, but that's a long ways to go from where we at this time. We are 93% automobile oriented traffic.
I apologize. The number I was looking at did include carpools. I apologize for that. Thank you for clarifying that. So to get back to the question, what is our target LOS for bicyclists right now? So if we're looking at, if I'm riding a bike, what's the city quantifying right now for me?
So Planning Commissioner Perkins, so to kind of look at bikes and peds, we often look at it to begin with in the master planning process, which is kind of similar to our circulation plan and how we look at traffic and level service. It starts with the circulation plan and the circulation element of the general plan. So currently, right now, we don't have a pedestrian master plan. So, there are ways to calculate pedestrian scale level service, but that's done at the master planning process. So we have a pedestrian master plan that's just getting started, and that'll be one of the ways to be able to look at that and look at it holistically throughout the city. So then, and then you'll notice that in the traffic impact analysis guidelines, we included active transportation as part of that. So what we'll be able to do once we have the tool for the pedestrian master plan, for example, if development comes in and there's a new pedestrian facility or improvements identified adjacent to that development, that can be something that we look at working with the applicant and potentially condition the applicant to contribute towards that improvement.
Okay, I definitely understand that. And I think the main question I'm trying to get at, and there's a lot in there that I think I want to follow up on. The main question I want to get is, when we have an applicant come through with a project right now, we require them to spend $10,000 to $20,000 or more to evaluate motor vehicle level of service. Is that applicant, are we requiring them to quantify bicycle, pedestrian, users with assistive devices, or users of transit? Do we simultaneously look at this project's impact on that network?
Commissioner Perkins, at this time, we don't, but the new guidelines, what we are proposing, gets to that level. So we are looking at, there is no need to do a level of service analysis per se for a bicycle lane, because it's not going to exceed the capacity or anything like that. What we want to make sure is how comfortable can we make that lane to be. For example, if that lane, instead of being 5 foot wide, can we make it 7 foot wide lane? Then you're improving the quality of that particular lane. So those are types of improvements and mitigations that we'll be able to identify using this level of analysis. It's very qualitative at this time, because nobody else does this anyway. I mean, it's doing a pure bicycle lane analysis or a pure sidewalk analysis. It's based on your standards and whether you want to exceed that standards. So instead of having a 5 foot narrow sidewalk, can we make it a wider sidewalk? Instead of having a narrow bikeway, can we make it wider? Or can we change the class of the bike from a class 2 to class 4, for example? I mean, those are the types of discussions that we want to have in the active transportation analysis. And
so,
that will be required.
So I guess one question I have then is, so we, looking at our draft proposal, looking at, say, page 25, we have a handwritten page 25, I should specify. We're looking at the LOS transportation effects, and we have this quantified down to quite literally percent. And we have impact thresholds based on very relatively small percentages, 1% changes. when I compare that and I sort of flip the page over to look at or continue on down the page to look at the active transportation side, I see a review of pedestrian and bicycle access. I see a discussion of on-site, off-site circulation. I see recommendations. I see no actual quantification of any level of service metrics here. And I also see no thresholds by which we could judge whether or not a project significantly affects level of service, by which I think we could easily say it's both, can you get through that intersection? Can you do it safely? Is there good routes to get there? So why is there not more quantification in this section?
So Chair Dear Commissioner Perkins, it's purely the lack of the data that we need to do that kind of an analysis. It's as I mentioned, level of service analysis has been around for 40, 45 years. The first time somebody came up with the ICU, this methodology that we use was back in the 60s. So it's something that has been around for a long time, and it's being the standard. One way it was looked at is if you reduce congestion on the street, automobile congestion, that will help other modes as well. It'll help reduce accidents. It'll help even other modes in certain way because the congestion levels are down. But now, as the interest for active transportation is growing, there will be future analysis, and we want to be able to make sure that we capture whatever comes up down the road and make it part of our program. But at this point, there is no clear way of saying, of quantifying exactly this is the bicycle level of service. It's very qualitative. It's basically how comfortable can you make the bike lane to be, or bike trail to be, whatever. So that's what we are going with.
So, and this is something I when I was looking up on this, I was talking to a friend of mine who mentioned that the most recent highway capacity manual, which is published by the state of California, that has these level of service guidelines in it, I heard mention that there were guidelines on how to calculate level of service for bikes and level of service for pedestrians included in the most recent version of the highway capacity manual. So are those just qualitative, or are they including quantitative metrics as well? And I don't know, Mr. Brown might also be able to contribute to this.
Yes, Commissioner Perkins, maybe allow Mr. Brown add to that. But my understanding is it's a little qualitative in that regard.
Okay. The methods to calculate bike and ped service level are based upon the physical facilities, not the number of users. So unlike traffic congestion, we don't expect to have too many pedestrians or too many cyclists. So we're not measuring the congestion of cyclists. So in that regard, there is a way to quantify it, but it's a quantification of the quality of the facility, which really isn't a function of new development. So new development might generate more pedestrians or more cyclists, but it won't change the width of the bike lane or things like that. So as the staff was mentioning, looking at those things in the context of a bike master plan or pedestrian master plan, you can quantify bike and ped LOS based upon the facilities in the city and have a program to improve those. And then you can condition projects to implement portions of those improvements. But it isn't practical to say that an office building is going to affect the level of service of pedestrians on the sidewalk adjacent to it or on the street, because it's not changing the physical parameters, at least not immediately away from the site. So the tool is there, but it's most applicable in a master planning context, and then you can condition projects to implement portions of that.
So could we not use that metric then to look at like whether there was adequate capacity because we can quantify the quality of the capacity and the quality of our infrastructure around a project? Could we not then use that tool to say, hey, if you're building a large project in an area with very low level of service, that maybe needs to be fixed, potentially we have a priority there, because where I'm getting at is that oftentimes motor vehicle level of service often says we need more lanes, we need more turn lanes, whereas bicycle level of service, the way you're describing it, is saying we need bike lanes and we need wider sidewalks, and those two go in conflict. So could we not say, when a project is coming in, you must evaluate the level of service of bike and walk infrastructure around this project, and if it's too low, you need to raise that up?
Well, that would have already been done through your bike or ped master plan, where you would have assessed the quality of the facilities around there. So then you would know when a new development came in, if there needs to be an upgrade of those facilities. So that essentially, what you're saying is correct, but the vehicle or the means to do that would be through your master plan to identify those deficient facilities, which could then be improved in connection with new development.
So let me give an example.
The fee programmer directly.
Okay. The Education First, so when the bicycle master plan was developed, say 2015 to 2018 and years before, the Education First plan was nowhere on our radar, right? That only came through here last year. This is a project that is on hold right now, but it has the potential to add thousands of bicyclists trips to Bear Street. So that project never would have been considered. That the Bear Street had only just a class 2 bike lane on it, unless we include in the project development process an evaluation of these projects and bicycle master. I don't see how we're going to capture like a big new project's effect on the bicycle infrastructure if we're waiting for a refresh of our bicycle master plan to do that.
So Commissioner Perkins, Chair Yearkal, if I can answer that. So that's a good example of a project where if it's a standalone project, with 600 students coming in, we would have certain level of trip generation. But then we looked at all potential ways that project would change that. In terms of how they house people in different homes, and they come to the site by buses, and then they shuttle them in from there to the site, and some choose to bike from wherever, from if it's possible. So that kind of project brought the number of trips down because of how we categorized how people would come to that particular site. So in the same way, if there is an office project, if there is a way for that office to, let's say, we identify mitigation measures, either through CEQA process or through the traffic process, that you build bicycle lanes, you build access to have lockers and all that stuff, and that could potentially reduce the number of trips. That might take away a need for a mitigation, a traffic mitigation, by changing the number of vehicle trips. You reduce the number of trips going back and forth from that office site, and you don't need to do that mitigation, but you might have to do bicycle ped improvements. So we'll look at both in context. It's not that we look at traffic improvements as a separate thing and then look at bicycle as a separate thing. They both go together.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely see what you're saying there, and I think the main thing I'm raising, I think I'm seeing that this is the case, is that right now there is no quantification of the impact of projects on the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure around projects. And so I think with Education First, we sort of saw that those students are going to be left with a class 2, just a plain unprotected, or maybe buffered thanks to the restriping that I think you guys are doing, bike lane there. And so we're saying, well, you might improve the bicycle or ped access to mitigate your vehicle level of transit, not because that's a goal of our city. And we want to think about safety as a goal. So I think that's a challenge there. One thing I was wondering about when we're looking at level of service modeling of trips, we're saying that there's a number of trips being generated by these uses. How much does the model take into account whether people are, let me ask it this way. how much does it take into account the infrastructural context of the project? So when you have LOS and you're trying to evaluate, say, a 10,000 square foot restaurant, how much does the modeling take into account where that restaurant is in the city? Whether it's, say, right next to a bike path or right next to, in the middle of an industrial area.
Mr. Brown, you want to take that?
Sure.
You can answer
The
too.
model is sensitive to the land uses around it. And so it does reflect that. It's also sensitive to the infrastructure. So it's all contextual. And that's the benefit of having a model that reflects the whole county. And so that's embedded in the work.
So are we talking VMT model or LOS model?
Both.
Both, okay. So if I say put a restaurant right at the end of the Joanne Street Trail, which is next to a whole bunch of housing, and a bike lane and walk path to get there, that restaurant, you're saying the automatic VMT calculation and the LOS calculations, which is really the one I care about right now, would say, oh, some fraction of that, 20% of those trips are just going to be people walking there.
That's correct.
Okay. That's good to hear. I like that. One question they have with sort of VMT and LOS is, how do VMT and LOS sort of align? It feels like level of service, a lot of the mitigations I've seen have been either like you add a stoplight, which can certainly help, or you fiddle with signal timing. But once you're done with those, it seems like the mitigation is usually add extra lanes of traffic. How does that mesh with VMT?
So the mitigations that are for the VMT that bring the number of trips down will be factored into the LOS calculation. So if you bring those number of trips down, then your impacts are going to be so much less. So that's how they both go together. So we don't look at VMT and ignore what mitigations are being considered for the VMT. Those definitely become part of our analysis as we move forward into the LOS also.
Okay. So when we're analyzing intersections, and again, just to sort of come back to this, which I think we answered, when we're looking at potential sort of developments in this proposal, we have just discussions and recommendations for what things should do. I'm curious, yeah, I guess to me, I look at that and wonder if that is what we are thinking of. So, are we really comfortable as a city, and I'm curious what you think about this, Mr. Setharaman, balancing the needs of those in cars with those outside of cars. So I feel like, we just talked about 19th and Newport and saying that more than a 2-minute wait would trigger an LOS grade of E, basically. You would fail because you had to wait through more than one cycle of the light. I've talked to people who have walked from the, say, northwest corner of that intersection, say Saddleback Church, to trying to get coffee over on the other side of the street. So from the northwest corner to the northeast corner, you can have to wait potentially, I know one person said they had to wait almost 10 minutes to walk that intersection. So how, with our level of service analysis, how do we try to take that into account? I guess I look at that and that doesn't seem right. To say that we're okay with somebody walking outside in the blistering sun waiting 10 minutes, and we don't even look at that when we're analyzing our projects. So how does this mesh with the vehicle level of service and then the walking?
Commissioner Perkins, it's very likely that a car on a summertime waits for 10 minutes to go through there than a pedestrian. A pedestrian at the most has to wait for one cycle because if he misses crossing at that light, but the next cycle he's going to get he or she will get the green pedestrian signal to cross the street. So there is no 10-minute wait for a pedestrian. There is
no crosswalk that leads from the northwest corner to the northeast corner of that intersection.
So Commissioner Perkins, that's a good point what you're bringing up. So this is where we have to balance in terms of, do we want to, again, it's based on the number of people. So if there is, if the demand for crossing that particular leg is low, then if you eliminate that crosswalk and if we can make the intersection efficient, so that's a trade-off that we have to look into. But we kind of are moving away from that particular type of efficiency and trying to provide more opportunities for people to cross. So we want to kind of go away from that, but the reason why you see some of those situations is because if the demand for that crossing is not as much as you have on other legs, then you build without that particular crossing.
Yeah, I think there's a cliche I like to add in that one doesn't judge the need for a bridge by how many people are swimming across the river. But then the other thing I would say is I think you've brought up a really key point, which I think really summarizes, I think, how I'm really beginning to understand this. So what we're talking about with LOS is that we're making a trade-off between the delay that drivers experience, the congestion that drivers experience, and the experience of pedestrians and bicyclists. So the wait for that pedestrian, that is 8 minutes at least, I know I have seen, that is because we are prioritizing car traffic and prioritizing trying to get that LOS at that intersection as low as possible. And I think that's where I will sort of end my questioning, but I think I see in this proposal lots of focus on motor vehicle level of service and a cursory look at pedestrian infrastructure with not even anything even possibly defined as what would cause a significant effect. And I don't want to see somebody with a cane having to wait 8 minutes or more in blistering sun or pouring rain. So that's my questions. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I know that was a long series of questions. I really appreciate it.
Commissioner Perkins, just want to mention that the only reason why you see on Newport Boulevard is we have, if you look at the number of vehicles, we have 100,000 cars that come down on Newport on 55 to that location. It's one of the busiest ones. Versus when you look at the pedestrians, you're talking in the hundreds range versus 100,000 range. So there is a disproportionate amount of vehicular impact that we see, and that's kind of the reason why sometimes we look at how to serve this larger group. But your point is well taken, and that's something that we are looking into, how we can address more of these kind of issues.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, Commissioner Colbert, you're up.
I hope that I get a certificate in VMT subsequent to this meeting, but I have a couple of simple questions, and maybe I should have topped off, but because I don't think my questions are as complex, but I would like answers to them. And so my first question is just me trying to wrap my head around VMT. Is the idea of this particular Senate bill and also like the subsequent like procedural VMT thing that we're discussing process, is this primarily to promote a live, work, play communities, or to really kind of create that vibrant lifestyle across communities and cities? Ms. Nguyen?
Commissioner Colbert, yeah, I can help answer that question. It really is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also really align traffic impacts or analyze and traffic impacts for seeker purposes with the actual environmental impact of cars on the road.
Commissioner Colbert, it's also to promote infill development. So it's more like you said, it's promoting more mixed use type of development. So trips kind of stay within a smaller bubble than going far out.
Got it. I'm going to come to that. I have a question about that shortly. My next question is, are there any projects that have used VMT right now? I know with One Metro West, they provided that analysis, but are there any other projects that we've seen that come before the city that would have used VMT?
At this point, I'm not aware of any projects that specifically used VMT.
And there are a few projects, Commissioner Colbert, that are in process now that are incorporating a VMT analysis, but they have not been completed yet since this requirement was only in place since July 1st.
Okay, right. And that was my third question. So I noticed that this was passed in 2013, and we're just now seeing it now. I just understanding of like why are we just now seeing it? And then I guess the subsequent question to that is, if the ordinance took place or the law took place in July, isn't it in term already in effect? So I just want to kind of understand that piece.
The law is already in effect, and as of July 1st, the city has been requiring VMT analysis for purposes of CEQA compliance. What we don't have in place and what this item is intended to do is to put a consistent methodology through the transportation impact analysis guidelines in place for us to follow. We are already implementing the state requirement to incorporate VMT into CEQA documents. What we'd like to do is have a code amendment and transportation impact analysis guidelines to solidify the local direction for how to accomplish that.
Okay.
Commissioner Colbert, while the law was passed in 2013, they've been working on figuring out guidelines, methodology for the last 5 years, actually 4 or 5 years. And only maybe a year and a half ago is when there was a more defined definition of what thresholds are, what, all that came about. And we got started with the work, but then once the COVID hit, it took a little backseat, and then also we're now coming back to that.
Okay. And this is more so like a hypothetical / I want to understand how analysis work on big projects. And I unfortunately will use one that has come before the commission. With One Metro West and thinking about big high density developments, does this allow us with thinking about VMT to say, this is a big dense development, but it is in proximity to a lot of retail and other mixed use? The impact won't be the same as when thinking about level of service, and this is me trying to understand how maybe this is more of a benefit as opposed to what our current system. Level of service says this project will generate this much traffic because of these many cars coming to this project. VMT says, let's take into the account the project and its proximity to other mixed uses, and think about how this alone will be may not generate as much traffic as we think, per se. And it's just, is that?
That's fair. That's correct. So Commissioner Colbert, so you brought up the right point. In the North Costa Mesa, which is more jobs heavy, now adding in a housing project there would mean there are places to work in proximity, there are places to shop in that near vicinity there. So that kind of use will have shorter trip lengths. So even if they generate the same number of trips, the length of the trip becomes small. So that's how the average VMT becomes low for that particular type.
Got it. And so in thinking back to that project, and I'm trying to contextualize this and understand it for myself in an applied way, I recall that I think one of those streets that was, I think maybe Susan or something adjacent to that property, received like a level D maybe, but it was an acceptable, but there were mitigations applied to that were going to come from the adjacent jurisdiction, I believe. Is that moving forward, let's say that project happens, will those mitigations still be required based off of level of service, or will we just we'll result back to the VMT and only, how does that work?
So Commissioner Colbert, so this is where the CEQA methodology kicks in, when we're looking at regional wide impacts, and based on whatever the VMT, those impacts are, that will be quantified for CEQA. So that mitigation if it's in a different jurisdiction, we have to evaluate based on the CEQA and see if it meets the requirement.
Okay. And then in thinking about, this is me going to the consistency aspects of this and how this all works, and thinking about, you know, what language we're using. On page 9, I believe, of the staff report, there was reference to policy, I think C-2.8. And I just want to understand what the motivation for using that, like how does this promote, it's actually the wrong one, but how does this promote infill development? That's kind of what I want to understand in terms of this. Where are we seeing this would promote infill development? And I have another question about the methodology as it relates to that.
Commissioner Colbert, I can try to answer that question. How if it promotes infill development is if you look at the VMT screening map, that's on, I think, the last page. You see there's a handful of developments within the city, mainly along the major corridors that could be redeveloped. And so, it would be beneficial for a developer to consider a property within the screening area because then they would be exempt from VMT. Of course, there's a potential to the trigger LOS though, but in a way, it does encourage more infill in the sense that there are many areas of the city that have opportunities that are already low VMT. And there's already, a lot of commercial centers within proximity to other uses that could benefit from, let's say, a new residential development, and vice versa.
Okay. And so in thinking of that, on page 29 of the handwritten page 29, you talk about in that TAZ, which I believe is kind of this, these developed service areas, if I understood Mr. Brown's response earlier. So if hypothetically, I think it's from what I read, and hopefully I understood this correctly, the methodology in terms of for each TAZ is based off of the fact that there's this consistency around these areas, this homogeneous travel, et cetera. But in the case that there is an infill development and it's existing commercial area and the infill development is residential, how does this methodology work then, or where do they draw their data from? How does it work at that point? Because it states that this presumption may not be appropriate if the project land uses would alter the existing built environment. How does that work?
To answer, I'm assuming you're talking about the low VMT area screening. For a project to be screened out under that, not only do they have to be obviously within one of the identified areas of the map, but it also does have to have consistent land use or be consistent with the existing land use. So let's say, if it all around it is residential and this piece of property, let's say it also intends to be developed for residential, and it's also in the low VMT area, then it could be screened out.
So if it is not, then
correct, yeah.
Screened out. Okay.
Yeah, so if it's, let's say, a commercial development within a heavily residential area, residential zone, there may not be potential to screen out from low VMT.
Okay. And I think my last question is related to it's related to the report, and it's on. My paper sorting here, but I know that it's related to the language that we have about the strikeout. It's page 13. Number 2, the strikeout. Since those conditions may no longer be imposed by the commission, who will impose those particular requirements? And I think that kind of came up earlier when we were talking about the report, the annual report, kind of who.
Sorry, Commissioner Colbert, you're talking about the TDM report or the TDM measures, or are you talking about referring to the proposed codes amendment, the strikeout version?
Correct. It's on
Okay.
page 13, number 2.
Okay. I'm sorry, and your question was?
Who enforces that? Like, and I think maybe that's what Commissioner Zick may have been getting at earlier, but I just wanted to understand who the enforcer is. Kind of, it goes back to these conditions of approval that sometimes like who checks.
It would be a check from staff level. So usually conditions of approval, we would ensure compliance at our level.
Okay, but additional conditions may be imposed by, is that staff?
It may be imposed by staff. It may require going back to Planning Commission.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Colbert. Commissioner Tourget, you have questions.
All right, I'll be quick. I spend my life in VMT and LOS, and so it was really fun to hear everyone's questions and just see what comes up when we're talking about these things. So thank you, commissioners, for always being so thoughtful and comprehensive. I would just like to say we are updating our housing element. I think Chair D'Arco mentioned this at the beginning. There needs to be a connection between this and affordable housing, especially if we're talking about infill development and density. So I think we need to make sure, whether it's a motion or what we do, to integrate mention of and consideration of affordable housing and RENA as part of this. So that's all I have for tonight.
Okay. I have to open the public comment portion of the public hearing. Ms. Green, if there's anyone wishing to speak for public comment on this item.
Mr. Chairman, we have none.
Fascinating. All right, thank you. We'll close public comment. So I want to take one more stab at this. So if our TIA guidelines read baseline project generated VMT per capita exceeds 15% below the city of Costa Mesa baseline VMT per capita, why is that not preferable over service population, or what's the difference? I just want to understand. I'm trying to square where OPR recommends that a per capita or per employee VMT that is 15% below that of existing development is the reasonable threshold to them. And we're choosing service population. I'm trying to understand why.
So as you just read, it says per capita or per employee. Service population considers both. So if you did only per capita and you had an office proposal, you wouldn't have a way to measure it. There's no capita with a office proposal. It's employees. So
right.
That's why.
Okay, so you would measure the office project per employee, right?
Correct.
And you would measure again, I could be asking the dumbest question on the face of the earth, or I'm not getting it. You would measure a residential project per capita.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, is it per capita, or is it again by the service population for that housing too?
But for housing, the service population would be only capita. There's no employees.
Exactly, but so we are measuring in that way, basically the home-based work type of trip, right? And then is it?
It's really simple, and I think maybe we're all making it more complicated than need be. It's OPR wants an efficiency metric, which is per person. In the case of office, it's per employee. In the case of residential, it's per capita or resident. And in a mixed use project, it would be the combination of residents and employees.
Okay, thank you.
So can we make that distinction in these guidelines?
Well, that's what service population is defined as the sum of residents and employees. So it accomplishes that.
Except if you read it that way, you're basically would presume that a residential project would be measured by VMT per service population when it's not. It's per capita, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's always per service population, but in that case, the employees are 0. So it's based on.
Okay. All right. I see it. I see it. Okie dokie. Anybody else? I see Commissioner Tourget, did you have something additional? Okay. Vice Chair Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, in the interest of time, I will be short because I don't know if I can take much more conversation about VMTs at this point in the night. I think what the conversation among the commissioners and staff tonight illustrates is that there is a serious tension between how we've done things in the past and how we may or should do things in the future. To my mind, SB 743 was intended to be a paradigm shift for analysis of transportation impacts, focusing on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through VMTs. But I think Commissioner Perkins adroitly pointed out that what we have before us doesn't necessarily address some of the other policy priorities that we have in the city, namely promoting bicycle and pedestrian access and mobility. And so, you know, we as a commission are only advisors here. The council is the ultimate arbiters of what our policy should be. But I think that what we have here are some serious tensions that need to be resolved in some way. And so for my 2 cents, I think that I would agree with Commissioner Perkins. We need to find some way to address bicycle and pedestrian analysis in whatever guidelines we have here. I'm a little troubled by having LOS still be part of this equation. That's not to say that we shouldn't concentrate or at least put some focus on managing traffic and looking at congestion. But LOS is, to me, seems like it's going to be just another layer of analysis that a developer is going to have to do, and not necessarily provide us with a better project at the end of the day. So I don't have a recommendation for how to fix this tonight, at least. But I think that we're going to have to do some heavy lifting, or at least the council will have to do some heavy lifting in trying to reconcile this tension. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions of staff? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Perkins, you raised your hand. Do you have a motion? You're on mute, sir.
Would help if I unmuted, wouldn't it? Yes, I am thinking of a motion. Would that be appropriate at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I would like to suggest, and I can talk to this motion more after this, but I would like to move that we delay this item to a date uncertain and request that the consultant and city staff work on a proposal that would address the concerns the Planning Commission has raised, potentially at least altering the LOS analysis section to include more consideration and potential quantitative metrics for bicycle, pedestrian, transit use, et cetera. But also considering removing LOS altogether and what the impacts of that would be. I think given the import of this for the future development of our city, this will shape our roads, this will shape our common spaces. I think it's worth the time to do this right. And I also would love to see more public engagement on this topic, given the importance of this. I mean, this is literally going to shape our streets for decades to come. So that is my motion. I can speak to that more if there is a second. Or
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay.
Any commissioners wish to comment on the motion? Okay, Commissioner Zick, then Commissioner Colbert.
I think in general, I'm never opposed to spending more time working on something, especially as seemingly complex as this topic. I have wondered in the past when we have considered a continuance I've wondered, well, what will change between now and then that will make a difference? And I think some of the concerns that Commissioner Perkins had raised regarding his interest specifically in evaluating and measuring the pedestrian and bicycling use and the impact of that use by various projects. I think it's an interesting question that he raises that doesn't seem to be directly addressed here. Maybe it should be, maybe it shouldn't be, but if more time is spent looking at it, then I think a fair determination of that result could be achieved. I can't help but think, though, as we're looking at this topic, to some extent, I agree with Vice Chair that this VMT analysis is a paradigm shift. What it's a shift from, though, is what I might have some disagreement with. I don't think it's a shift away from evaluating the impact to communities, impact of congestion and service levels of intersections. I don't think it's a shift away from that. I think it may be a shift away from ignoring the impact on greenhouse gas emissions. So to my way of thinking, as we've been looking at this, a VMT analysis is supplemental. It's a recognition that the greenhouse gas emissions and the environmental effects are a concern, and LOS doesn't look at that, doesn't analyze that. VMT does. So to me, it's a supplemental analysis, not a replacement analysis for LOS. The other thing that strikes me about all of this is that there's a lot of analysis and process and conclusion involved in this. And at the end of the day, the result we're looking for from an analysis on a project is what happens to the community if and when this project is built. At the end of the day, that's what we're trying to understand. What happens? Is it bad or is it not? And if it is bad, in what ways is it bad and how can we mitigate that? At the end of the day, that's all we're really trying to do with these analysis. And the various calculations of, do we include this in the denominator? Do we include this in the numerator? Those are important questions. But at the end of the day, what really matters is the result of all of that calculation and analysis a useful result, a predictable result, and a result that gives us a desirable end product. So I think all the things that have been talked about and asked are important, but I would just be concerned about losing sight of the forest for the trees. I think it's worth analyzing some more. I'm not opposed to a continuance, provided that staff is not at all concerned with the lack of the existence of an ordinance in the face of this apparent law that was signed by the governor. But given that it was signed 7 years ago, it doesn't appear that we're in any big hurry. So maybe continuing this is not an issue. So I would defer to staff on the legal question of delay, but I could support a motion that kicks this can down the road and gives time to work on it some more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Tourget. Oops.
Yeah, I also would support looking into it a little more. I'm hesitant to throw out LOS all the way. And so I think more study on it is necessary. I think the different benefits, they both bring different benefits to our community, and some might value moving through an intersection quicker, and for a lot of our communities, the reduction in emissions is a big deal. And so I think there are different tools, but I do think that I would like to see some of the comments that Commissioner Perkins brought up addressed, as well as affordable housing.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Colbert.
That was my question to staff. What would the impact be right now with this motion? If I understood Commissioner Perkins, he's recommending that we do away with the level of service. What would that look like for our, did I misunderstand that?
The motion was to evaluate changes to our current LOS metric to include quantification for non-motor vehicle LOS or non-motor vehicle experience, and also considering removing LOS altogether. So the motion was to provide both options and to presumably bring those back so that we could consider the impacts of that.
Okay, and I guess that was the piece on the considering removal. What does that immediate impact look like on our city?
Mr. Chair, if I can start, maybe Ms. Lee can also join in, and Mr. Preciosi also. You rightly pointed, the law was passed many years ago, but it became effective on July 1st. So at this time, we have to rely on some metric to evaluate CEQA. So when projects come in, we have to figure out, maybe use the state methodology or county methodology, and not the city recommended methodology for evaluating the impacts. So that's one reason why we want to get something in front of you, and so that we have something that we can base our projects on. We can always modify the methodology. I mean, it's not that we cannot come back to you on further evaluation or recommendations on what can be done. I think that can be done even at a later date while you give consideration for approving staff recommendation at this time. I mean, that's one option that I think you could be looking at. The reason why I'm saying is I'm looking at many things. One is the budget impacts. We have limited budget with our consultant to get us through this process. Delaying this by months or whatever it takes. We don't have the budget allocation. We might have to go to City Council to get that authority. The other one is overall time that it takes for us to be in compliance with the state requirement. And then with respect to eliminating LOS, I think it has the implications in our general plan. So there has to be general plan amendments to consider, and also what happens to Measure Y that residents voted for, that had the LOS criteria as one of the elements in that particular consideration. For it says for projects and that exceed this much LOS, you need to do an analysis and mitigate to a certain level. So that's another one that we have to look into. We did our best in trying to integrate some level of aquatranspiration analysis in this methodology, but from your discussion, you want us to go further on that evaluation, and we need to go through some research of what other cities do in terms of that evaluation, and then we can bring that to you.
And if I can add on, I think the discussion this evening was a very good one, and this is obviously a very complex topic. But I think that what we can say with certainty is that we need to, as a local agency, adopt some methodology for this evaluation. We're doing traffic impact analysis right now for VMT on a case-by-case basis in terms of methodology. And we'd like to adopt something citywide at the council level that provides some more certainty. I think what we've heard this evening is that there's some general understanding of the VMT thresholds and agreement with the VMT thresholds, if I understood your discussion correctly, but that on the LOS side, you'd like to see more detail on the active transportation portion. The LOS analysis guidelines, or at least the methodology that we're following now, currently doesn't involve this level of analysis with pedestrian bikes. So this is something that's really entirely new. And although I don't think anyone on staff disagrees with it, it's probably something that is its own effort. So if I had to make a suggestion, I might say that if you agree with the fundamentals of the VMT methodology and the LOS analysis, even per the policies of the general plan at this moment, need to stay in place, I would say that perhaps the recommendation might be to move this analysis, staff's recommendation forward to the council, but include in that motion a request that staff take an in-depth look at removing level of service altogether. I do have to say that that is a very large effort because it is so integrated in many of our policy and planning documents. That would be an effort of its own. So just some context as for what might be involved. Mr. Seth Rahman mentioned a general plan amendment that would certainly be required to modify the policies of the circulation element and likely many policies in the land use element that are fundamentally tied to our circulation element. So this isn't a small effort. This is something that's really a citywide policy change. So my suggestion would be to move forward what you feel comfortable with moving forward in this policy, and then include in your motion a recommendation to council for a separate effort for policy efforts you'd like us to look into further.
Chair Diarcol, if I can add to Ms. Lee's statement.
Yes.
From a legal standpoint, it's truly less than ideal to have a zoning standard that does not comply with state law. It doesn't comply with SB 743. Obviously, staff is doing what it needs to do to comply with SB 7043. So, but it's at odds with the zoning code itself to have a standard that doesn't comply. So the goal of staff and my office is to get the zoning code to comply as quickly as possible. And the more we sort of drag this out with debate and so forth, the longer this process is going to take. I concur with Ms. Lee's approach. The standards, especially if they're simply in the guidelines, that can always be amended. But I'd like to have from a legal standpoint, I'd like to have the standards in place sooner rather than later.
Okay. Commissioner Perkins, did you have comments? Question?
Wanted to potentially speak to the motion at some point with regard to those specific comments. One thing I would say on that is I very firmly believe our job, and we've said this before, is to send to the city council things that are quality and intact and make sense as a whole. And I think I've heard multiple comments tonight that we have concerns about that. So I think I would at least like to send them something that said, if we are looking at this other item, or, if we're looking at altering LOS methodology, I think that would be worth saying, what would even that entail, right? What would that look at? Right now, we've got a lot of unknowns, a lot of questions, and so I think that I also think this is the time when we are discussing this. This is coming up before us. I think this is the time when it makes sense to make at least some of these decisions to start discussing them. So again, I can talk more to the motion. I think we want to talk about this item right now. So.
Okay, Commissioner Zick, did you have an additional comment?
I do. I was certainly supportive of the idea of studying impacts to pedestrian facilities, bike facilities, based on a project. So from that standpoint, I was interested in supporting the idea of studying that some more. I'm absolutely not in support of eliminating LOS altogether. Not at all. I guess I initially didn't care, how long we might study this because we'd see it again. And as I said in my earlier comment, I defer to staff on the question of spend 7 years. Do we care how much longer we work on this? And I heard quite clearly a response to that sentiment from both Ms. Lee and from Mr. Preziosi. And so because of that, I would like to make a substitute motion to accept the staff recommendation and in particular, find that the adoption of the resolution is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA Guidelines Section 15308, actions by regulatory agencies for protection of the environment, and the proposed code amendment is exempt per CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3 General Rule, and adopt the city's transportation impact analysis guidelines by resolution, and give first reading to an ordinance for code amendment CO-20-05, amending Chapter 12, Article 3, Transportation System Management, Section 13-275 of Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code regarding transportation impact analysis of the development project review procedures, and make a recommendation to City Council that staff make recommendations as to how to better evaluate the impact of a project on pedestrian and bicycle transportation. That's my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? I don't see a second. So that motion dies for
Yes,
lack.
excuse me. Yeah, I was seconding it.
Oh,
Is that?
okay. So there's a second on the motion. Okay. So I'm not going to support the motion. It's kind of what bothers me a little bit about all this, because I'm trying to, this conversation took place all in the back room without understanding what the impact on the market's going to be. I don't know in this process if we had any stakeholder outreach to the people actually are going to be building the new homes or the new communities, and what their input might have been on this whole process, or what what concerns them about the TIA guidelines. I'm concerned that we're creating 2 layers now of potential mitigation that are going to increase the cost of projects. We have Measure Z, which imposes a park fee, and we have another park fee that imposes fee on a door. And then we're in the middle of we're about to enter into arena and a housing element process where we're going to be asked to plan for 12,000 new homes. And if a inclusionary housing ordinance goes into that, 15% of those have to be affordable. So all I'm seeing is layering upon layering upon layering of more hoops that the development community has to jump through. It's going to be more expensive, and I just don't know that we'll ever get there. So I'm in kind of agreement with Vice Chair Harlan and Commissioner Perkins that LOS, if it doesn't go away, it needs to be phased out, because otherwise we're just creating too much of a kind of bureaucratic gauntlet that people have to run through, that at the end of the day, when they run their pro formas, they're just not going to do it. And that's what concerns me about it. I think my questions were answered on the VMT analysis. I think that I'd certainly like to understand that if, the cumulative effects is if we upzone properties as part of our housing element, start adding a bunch of mixed use overlays, what are going to be the VMT accumulations of those projects? And, if you get further down the pipe and you happen to be the 10th guy to get in on taking advantage of those upzones, what does that mean for you from a VMT perspective? I just don't get the sense that we have any inkling, or we haven't asked anybody, what's the market impact of all of this? And is it just going to kill the market? So I can't support the motion, because I think we need to do the outreach to stakeholders who are actually going to have to, pull the elephant through this keyhole we're creating, or the state created. And I think we should take a serious look at how you, modify LOS or at least phase it out. I don't like the idea that we're lowering the threshold from 100 to 50. I can't support the substitute motion this time. Anybody else? Commissioner Perkins?
Yeah, I also agree that I will not support the substitute motion. I think if we're going to do this, we need to do it right. I think the transition to VMT is a very important component of our state's and our city's upcoming arduous journey to meet climate challenges placed in front of it. And it also helps us question, and this is a very important question, whether the trade-offs we've made in the name of congestion reduction are the ones we want to continue making as a city. The current proposal that we have in front of us tonight means that we have a requirement for developments to do 2 separate transportation modeling studies, increasing the cost, a metric that focuses almost exclusively on motor vehicle traffic with no quantification of impacts on what might encourage even people to bike or walk, and no specific criteria for determining when impacts are significant on those populations outside of cars, other than vague statements to discuss impacts, and a system that prioritizes motor vehicle throughput and driver convenience over all else, resulting in a built environment that makes it convenient for drivers and only drivers to get places. And thus, why do we have 90% of people driving? And this is in direct conflict with the state's climate change goals and the entire concept between VMT. So with LOS, we're creating a system that is directly conflicting with those goals. To be very clear, I'm not saying that we should not evaluate the impacts of development on our transportation network. I think those kind of analyses are key, and I think looking at level of service and broadening the scope of what it is, broadening the definition may really help here. So maybe it's not eliminate it, maybe it's change it to what are our priorities. I think the quantification of those impacts should focus on the whole system: people driving, using transit, walking, riding bikes, mobility devices. And the evaluation of transportation right now is focused on congestion. I would posit that we should focus on key goals of safety of all road users and the prioritization and encouragement of the development patterns in all ages and all abilities transportation networks that reduce our climate change footprint. The state's VMP metric does this, LOS does not. So I think that by switching away from motor vehicle focused LOS transportation metric, we move away from the idea that the only thing that matters is congestion and how long people have to wait at the stoplight, and transition something that can do safety, comfort, efficacy of our transportation network for all users. So thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so we've voted on the substitute motion. Julie, could you do the voice roll call, please?
Chair Jericho?
No.
Vice Chair Harlan?
No.
Commissioner Colbert?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
No.
Commissioner Russell?
Yes.
Commissioner Torje?
No.
Commissioner Zick?
Yes.
That motion failed 2-5 with Chair Jericho, Vice Chair Harlan, Commissioner Colbert, Commissioner Perkins, and Commissioner Torje voting no.
Okay, so that brings us back to the original motion to continue to a date uncertain with all the attendant matters that Commissioner Perkins brought up in his original motion. Julie, are we clear on those?
If you could repeat them, that would be great.
Yeah, Commissioner Perkins, if you could restate your original motion.
So looking at moving to a date uncertain and requesting that consultant and staff work on a proposal to address the concerns that the commission raised during this hearing, especially adding in more quantification and consideration of threshold and metrics for non-motor vehicle level of service to be included in a level of service analysis, or to look at the impacts and what would be involved in removing level of service altogether. So I should say, and to look at the impacts of what would be involved with removing level of service altogether. I would definitely want to include that discussion of the lowering of the threshold and including affordable housing screen into the screening criteria would also be 2 things.
Okay. And the chair affirms the second. Any final comments on the original motion, Commissioner Zick?
Thank you. I will not be supporting that motion, not because I don't agree with a desire to get rid of LOS, which I don't. but I will not be supporting the motion because it was made pretty clear to me by members of staff that proceeding with their recommendation was important. Mr. Setharaman referred to budget impacts of undertaking some of the studies that were suggested. Ms. Lee made a recommendation to proceed based on the importance of the contents of this ordinance. Our city attorney made a strong recommendation, I believe, as well, on the importance of getting this ordinance on the books. Wow, I don't know if those three staff recommendations aren't enough to convince you. I don't know what is. I'm all for doing more studying, and I don't always take staff recommendations, but seem pretty clear to me. So I will be very clear in not supporting this motion. And when council reviews this thing back and wears the hat of how we're going to protect the city and do what's best based on what our city attorneys are recommending, I will be more than happy to have my name stand out once again as a dissenter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Colbert.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. This is all obviously this is difficult for me in terms of understanding all of vehicles miles traveled, and obviously no one has 20/20 vision, and we can't see into the future to see how good or bad a decision like this looks. But right now, I think one of the primary concerns is one that was presented by Ms. Lee, and also came up during the conversation. It was one of the questions that I asked as to how they are doing these evaluations. I think what doesn't sit right with me is the fact that the city right now does not have a consistent way of evaluating applications, and that it's not in accordance, I think, to what Mr. Preziosi said is, it's right now our zoning code is not lined up. And so me as just a planner, I think that's like the major concern as to why I will not be supporting the motion. In thinking about these consistent guidelines that need to be implemented for us. Also, I think what Commissioner Torje brings up about, affordable housing, while I want to learn more and hear more about the connections to that, I think there is a process where council or the community can have the opportunity to contribute to that process as we move forward. So I don't think we lose that opportunity to make those enhancements moving forward. I think they're still there. So again, this is more so for the sake of coming, and that was why I asked, like, why has it taken so long? And Mr. Setharami, said, hey, 5 years ago, well, we just got it took 5 years kind of come up with these solid guidelines. Here we are, it's already into effect. And then we have applications on the books that will be utilizing this moving forward anyway. So I think it's just best to go ahead and codify our what the state law, and then make enhancements to it moving forward, as opposed to be out of compliance at this point. So that's why I won't be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. No other commissioners wish to speak. Julie, could you call the voice roll call, please, for the motion?
Chair Jericho.
Aye.
Vice Chair Harlan.
Aye.
Commissioner Colbert.
Nay.
Commissioner Perkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Russell.
Nay.
Commissioner Torje.
Aye.
Commissioner Zick.
No.
That motion carries 4-3 with Commissioner Colbert, Commissioner Russell, and Commissioner Zick voting no.
Hey, thank you, Julie. Staff, thank you very much for a lot of hard work and for a long evening. Thank you, commissioners, for your homework and your solid questions and a good debate. And we'll keep seeing if we can get to this to a spot where we're all comfortable with. Brings us to departmental reports, public services report. Mr. Mejia.
Mr. Mejia is not here. Mr. Chairman, there are no reports.
Okay, I saw him earlier. I guess we ran him down. Development Services, Ms. Lee.
Just a very fast report, Chair. I wanted to report that staff presented an item to the City Council at their October 6th meeting regarding a proposed public outreach plan for the housing element. And this was specifically requested by Council, and they requested that it come back to them before we implement our public outreach. Essentially, the Council did support it. Essentially, what the public outreach plan proposes is a multi-layered approach where we're really focusing on traditional outreach methods, but also layering in some outreach methods that we haven't done in the past that are really intended to engage those harder to reach communities throughout Costa Mesa. So I'm happy to provide a copy of that to the Commission, and that's my report this evening.
Thanks, Ms. Lee, and I look forward to that effort and all of your efforts, and I'm really looking forward to participating in that extensively. It's a really important effort we're about to go through. Mr. Preziosi, City Attorney report.
No report tonight, Chair.
Okay, thank you all. We'll now adjourn the meeting to our regular scheduled Planning Commission meeting of October 26, 2020. Thank you all for joining us, and good night.